Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. This is your Mini Medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV on this beautiful, almost the end of, I guess the end of May, huh? We're almost into June. Beautiful weather. So I'm hoping that you all are, wherever you are around the world, having a beautiful day and just even feeling all the feel the new moon energy that we've got going on right now. I think, I love the full moon energy, but I really do love the new moon because the new moon is the time to manifest the things that you want to have, ultimately bring into your life. So put it out there, get those manifestations going and start manifesting all that new energy and all the new beginnings, which I'll tell you, I have definitely been working on so many new things to come and, just trying to live my best life. But I have a big birthday coming up. So turning 50 here in the next couple weeks. And I'll tell you, I'm slowly embracing this. I'm slowly embracing it. And it's I'm learning that it's just another number. But some exciting things coming up in my life. And, as we get into this month of June, which is ultimately my favorite month, but some kind of maybe, personal, interesting stuff about me. I don't know. But I was actually born on Father's Day. And so this year, my birthday lands on Father's Day. And my dad has been gone now. My dad passed away. It's been 9 years now. 9 years now. So, and since my dad's passing, this is the first year that I believe I can remember, and I could be wrong, that my dad's, that Father's Day landed on my birthday again. So, this is going to be a very special, I guess, birthday, special Father's Day, but also a bit of, a tough one for me. But, I'm learning that as I connect even with my individual abilities and gifts, to just listen to that beautiful intuition, to connect with our loved ones in spirit, even though I don't connect with mine as well as I do others. I think that gives me just that peace, right? That peace and comfort in knowing that they are okay, that we will be with them again, we will see them again, and also more importantly, how protective our loved ones in spirit are of us and how they guide us. So hopefully, you all can feel that comfort and that love and that guidance and that protection that I feel very blessed to get, with my loved ones in spirit. So we'll definitely see how readings go tonight. And, I'm excited because this new moon is the time when the veil between us and the spirit realm is so thin. It's a lot thinner than it usually is. And that's usually when the readings are even more connected. Abilities are stronger. So this is my favorite time to do readings. I love doing it all the time, but this is my favorite time. So we're, like usual, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to do the affirmation really quick, and then, of course, we'll take our caller. But the affirmation today, again, I did another one of these beautiful water affirmations. I think they're so cool. Water blessings. And so today, the words to keep in mind are the word soulful and the word emerging. So keep that in mind, how that may connect with you, how you kind of interpret those words. And then the message for everybody and um, for the affirmation says deeply relaxing beyond the mind will be like magically breathing underwater. Oh my gosh, I really like that. I have had these cards for a long time and I just now am pulling them out and connecting. And I love that. So deeply relaxing beyond the mind will be like magically breathing underwater. Wow, wrap your head around that one, my friends. That's pretty cool. So, did you know too? One thing I love doing is called these float pods, and I'm not sure if where you're at around the world if you have these things, but they're ultimately like this big old egg-shaped like tub, and you float in Epsom salt water, and it is the closest you can get to sensory deprivation. You can't feel anything, you can't see anything, you can't ultimately hear anything. You're left alone with your thoughts. That's when you can really meditate and connect with your highest self and vibrate at that higher level of consciousness. So I definitely can understand this affirmation. And boy, I don't know about you guys, but I love the water. Love the water. I was meant to be. I was meant to live around the water and the ocean, and here I am in Utah. The closest we have is Great Salt Lake, which you'd never want to go and float in that one, ever. But we have some beautiful lakes here, though. I do have to say. Um, Anyhow, so I hope that those messages connect with you guys. And the number that just really quickly before I forget that I've been really drawn to today has been the number 13. Now, the number 13 again, this will be connecting to a birth date, a death date, an age, the year 2013. And this number has been very vibrantly in my face. And so we'll kind of see if that connects with anyone tonight. But also the number 13, every time I think of 13, it is a very spiritual number, but more connected to the feminine. So, and the reason for that is because women ultimately have 13 cycles a year. The moon, which is the feminine energy, has 13 moon cycles a year. So the 13 is actually, in a sense, a very lucky number for the feminine, for the women. So, and I like it. It's not a bad number for me. Some say it is, but I found it to be a very lucky one. So that's going to be the number that I, throw out there today. But okay, all right, my friends. Well, with that, we'll take the first caller, and we've got Andrea from Virginia. Hi, Andrea. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing good, hon. Very well. How can I help you tonight?
Well, we also kind of resonate. Unfortunately, my father passed away 2 days after my birthday in January.
Oh no. Well, I'm
Yeah,
sorry for your loss, my friend. Dang it.
yeah, you
Dang
too.
it.
Yeah,
Well,
it's been like 5 years.
thank you. 5 years for you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes,
And even though mine's been gone 9 years, I just still feel like it was yesterday,
yeah,
and
yeah,
it just flies by. But, they're always around, always with us in one way, shape, or
yeah.
form.
Yes, yes.
So,
Just a real fast thing. When I went to California for the memorial service, it never rains in
yeah,
California, and that day it poured. And when everybody was leaving to
really.
gather to go home, this rainbow came out of the sky saying that I'm here,
Oh,
I'm okay. So,
I
yeah,
I love that. See, and those are the signs that I just tell people there's no coincidences in life, that
right.
these
Pay
happen for
attention.
a reason. Yeah, pay attention, people, and never question it, right? Never question it.
No,
It's always meant to be. Oh, see, I
yes,
love that. That is very
yes,
beautiful.
yes.
Absolutely
But
beautiful.
my
Yeah,
question
how
is,
can I
do
help
you
you?
do you see like a love venture in my future, like a relationship coming
Oh, I
sometime?
love it. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I love it. Okay. Yeah, let me I'm going to pull a couple cards for you here and see
Okay.
if what the cards are showing. and we'll kind of see what comes here. Let me get a couple cards here for you. And while I'm doing this, do you resonate with number 13 that I was mentioning earlier in any way?
No, but I think I know a lot of collective 4 a.m. club people that will resonate with that day in June 13th ish.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, us collective 4 a.m. clubs woke up, a certain time, and then all have this panic in our hearts, and so we are now become the 4
Yeah.
a.m. club.
Okay. Okay. Well, I always say that, you know, the number always pops up when there's a reason, and whether it's, it could even be January 3rd, the one and the three is January 3rd, or
Hmm,
2013. So keep that in mind. Just very
I
well be
will.
maybe connected with you, or maybe even the next caller. But okay, all right, my friend. So I pulled a couple cards here for you, and what I what I love is I'll show the cards on the camera here. But so I pulled it two cards for you, and the first card I pulled is this magician card, and that card came out right side up. And then the second card I pulled for you is this Eight of Swords card. Now, that card did come out reversed. So ultimately, that card is connecting with or helping us to connect with or validate what we call your shadow work, your shadow self. So it's the things that we just don't look so much like to face, about who we are and some of the things we do or say and our actions. And so as I'm looking at this for you, um, the love interest and the things I feel coming your way, you know, uh, there's a repetitive nature about you, and it's not a bad thing. But when it comes to love, it can come right back like karmic energy or a karmic lesson. So I want you to be mindful of that, where we may repeat the same behavior and we end up attracting the same kind of people. So um, you are such a healer. I can tell. This is where you attract people that you want to fix, you want to make better, and you do that in your own way. But then it ultimately ends, or you just are done. So a couple things that you are a strong water sign. I keep seeing water with you. What is your zodiac sign, hon?
I'm a Capricorn.
Capricorn. Okay, so you're very earthy. Okay, so just I want you to be, boy, yeah, I watch for those water signs for you. There's some connection with a water sign. So you're,
My kids
if
are
you're
Pisces.
Pisces. Oh, well, that would be why. I'm
Both
like,
my
you have
kids
a
have the
lot of
same
water.
birthday. Yes, my
Oh
kids have
my
the same birthday,
gosh.
2 years apart. Yes, March 15th.
Oh, oh my gosh, that's awesome. I love it. Well, that's where all the water is. And, your kids obviously are your world. And that, I think, for any, hopefully for every mother out there, they would be. But this is where it's your time, hun. It's your time to start doing things for you. And, I feel that the love stuff is coming. Now, to give you kind of um, I like to give approximate times because I don't like giving exact. But here, August, September, October, for whatever reason, you're right in the end of the summer, into fall. Just be mindful. There definitely feels to be a new connection. Now, this magician card means that it's about you finding your magic. It's about you giving out what you are known for, which I feel is very much a healer, helping others. So there's a sense of even finding this person, or your person within, how do I put this, an interest, something you love to do outside of your daily, regimen. So do you like to do things, you know, uh, I always think of like recreational things, bowling or golfing or dancing. Do you step outside of your
Yes.
comfort zone with those?
in the summertime, yeah, there's festivals, there's food trucks, there's food
Yeah.
festivals, there's concerts. So I'm going one
Yeah.
in June, and it's funny because I did my own tarot cards, and the magician came up as
Yeah.
well with and the lover's card twice.
Oh, oh my gosh. All right, my friend, here's your sign. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. Hey, well, your biggest thing is to, as I feel it coming, kind of step out of your norm and your comfort zone. And that's going to open up those doors to where that magic is mixed together, if you will. So where you find your person and your magic and their magic just meshes beautifully. So don't, all these opportunities that are coming for you to be able to go out and about. Some days you may feel like, oh, I just don't want to do it today. Just do it. Get out there. I feel like that's going to be your biggest thing. And don't repeat past behaviors or the
No,
past
that's why I'm
people.
single. I've been single for 8 years. That's why I'm having that. That's why.
Yeah. And that's why you pulled the 8 of Swords, my friend. There's that
Mm-hmm.
8,
8, yeah,
and
that's right. 8 years I've been
yeah,
single.
yeah, yeah. And, the sword is about you fighting and defending and protecting. So this is in a sense, and that's your shadow work card. So this is about you stop fighting, defending, and protecting the wrong people. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, good, good, good. But you have such a beautiful energy, my friend. I can tell you are just
Thank you.
you do. You have this beautiful light, and you'll attract the right person. Just make sure that it's not someone you have to put so much work into to quote unquote fix them.
I know exactly
Because
what you
you're
mean. That's why
yeah
I'm still
yeah
single because
yeah
it's a 50-way. It's a two-way street. I'm not gonna put
yes
all work in. That's what
yeah
I have been doing, and that's like I'm
yeah
not chasing you. So
good
no,
good girl. Yep,
take my power back.
absolutely. Yes, that's what the magician card's about.
Yep.
Yep, and just living your best life and that high vibrational energy that you put out there, it's karmic energy. It'll come back and your person is there. And I really feel it's this year and into next year. The next year is the beginning of the year of the 10, which actually is the 1, and that's new beginnings and fresh starts. So just I say, be patient, keep doing as you're doing, and it's coming soon, hon. It really is.
Yeah. My numerology numbers are 187.
Oh my gosh. That's hilarious. Well, and the magician card is the number 1. So you already got 1 and 8, you know. So
So
your
there we
cards are
go.
perfect. Yeah. That's awesome. I absolutely love that. Well, I hope that this gave you some guidance and some excitement
Absolutely,
for
it was
what's to
amazing.
come. Yeah, good, good. Well, it was a pleasure to talk to you and
You
meet
too.
you, and thank you for calling in. Oh, thank you, and just have a
Thank you.
beautiful night.
You
Hey, all
too.
right, hun. Hey, we'll
Uh-huh.
talk to you later. Okay, hun. Bye
Okay.
bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. Beautiful. We have time for another caller, and I have Sam from Ohio. Hi, Sam. This is Mini
Yes.
Medium. How are you?
How you
How are you
doing?
doing?
I'm fine. And you?
Doing good, hun. How can I help you tonight?
Okay. Well, first of all, it's this girl. I had did a music video back in 2018. She played my love interest in the video. We was just acting. But she we wasn't together, so she was dealing with other guys. So I had stopped talking to her. So she got mad and blocked me. So I tried to move on from her. Her name is Paris. I try to move on from her. But I keep seeing P's on everything. I keep seeing her name everywhere. She's on my mind real strong. I want to know why she's on my mind real strong, and she can block me. Why I can't move on from her?
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Are you familiar, my friend, with what a twin flame is?
Yes.
Okay.
I actually made a song. I actually got a song called Twin Flame. I recorded a song called Twin Flame, and that probably
Oh
could
my.
be a problem also.
Yep. Absolutely, hun. Okay. So, and there's no coincidences in life why I keep saying twin flame. Now, the way that a twin flame can work. It's not anything that I feel is necessarily, set in stone. But the way that I feel the twin flame connects with you, a twin flame is one soul that ultimately comes down. And as it comes down, from the heavens, wherever you feel, it breaks off. And so then you have two souls. Well, one soul is put into your body when you are conceived and one into hers. And so ultimately, that strong connection, that energy, that soulful bond, if you will, it's not a soulmate, but it's because it was one soul. It's going to be drawn to each other. It's very magnetic. So the two of you have that very strong magnetic pull together. Now, what happens is that unfortunately, twin flames are not necessarily meant to be together. They generally don't work out. And the reason for this is because when you are with her, she sees her shadow self, meaning the work she needs to do. And then vice versa. When you are with her, you see your shadow self or the things you need to work on. So you kind of think, gosh, we're so much alike, but yet we're very different. And so what happens is as you go through life, um, you can't seem to break that energetic cord. It's called a cord, like an umbilical cord that goes from that energetic source, which is her, and that cord feeds into you. It's an umbilical cord. So until you can really cut that cord, my friend, you're going to have this kind of energetic magnetic bond. So one thing I feel can help you, and I feel you're right. And what's interesting, I'm going to kind of back up for a minute. I literally wrote down the letter P. I'm like, why am I seeing the letter P? And so when you
Right.
said that, I thought, oh my goodness. So, and that mind will just go right to everything that's connected with her. So some things you can do, and you can do this yourself. You can do your own cord cutting. The best time to do this is around the full moon, which you got a couple more weeks until then. So you can actually cut that energetic, um, flow, if you will, from her into you. And what you'll do is around the full moon time, you will write everything on a piece of paper that you're wanting to let go of, that you're wanting to cut the cord. And, you can just write her name and just say, I just need her, I need that energy released. I need it cut so that I can move on in my life. Then you're going to take that piece of
Okay.
paper and you're going to burn it. Now, as you burn it, watch the letters, watch the words as they burn. It's very cleansing. It's a very good energetic release. And once that you burned it, then anything that's left over, so whatever ashes you have left, then I want you to give it back in a different element. So you've used fire, then you'll use water, air, or you can use earth. So you can bury the ashes, or you can allow, it's a windy day, let the wind take it, or you can flush it down the toilet, my friend. Just get rid of it.
Okay.
It's not a bad thing. I feel that she is what we call a karmic lesson. She is meant to come into your life to teach you the things that you need to work on, the things that you love about yourself, but also teaching you what you don't want to have come into your life again. So um, I don't feel her return coming back, but I feel that's a good thing because it's, like I said, it's a karmic lesson. Something about October is so significant with you, hon. Do you have anything coming in October or the 10th of a month by the 10th?
My birthday is March 10th.
Oh, well, that would be why I keep saying the 10. Well, it's you.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
my birthday is March 10th.
Okay. Oh, wonderful. It's just validating our good connection, that good psychic flow. So, even just loving who you are, but also being mindful of the things you need to work on, which we all have shadow work.
Okay.
We all have things that we need to work on. But I still want you to keep October in mind. So it just feels to me you've got a pretty good opportunity coming, like an event, some kind of celebration. And I feel this is where you're able to open up some more doors to your talent of what you do. So when when that comes, I say, do not ignore this open door of opportunity, because not only is it going to be very lucrative, monetary wise for you, but also in love. So, it'll be a great connection. Um, you have a very beautiful grandmother that you have lost. Boy, I just had a strong, very strong, sassy grandmother energy. Have you had a grandmother
My grandma,
pass
I got
before?
my grandmother. I have one grandmother that's alive. She's sick. And then I have my other grandmother. She died, and I have her tattooed on my right arm.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, that grandmother that is tattooed on your right arm, my friend, this is the grandma I feel coming in. And she's very just, I don't even know how to put this into words, but just incredibly proud of how far you have come. I just feel she's wanting you to remember your roots, is what I keep hearing her say. Tell him to remember where he came from. Remember what I taught you. Very, very beautiful soul, beautiful energy. She's doing a lot to try to
Okay.
bring the right person your way. So trust in
Okay.
that, you know. So be patient, hun. But I
So
love
Paris is
that
not the right
she.
one for me.
No, no, not at all, hun. Like I said, she's a karmic lesson. And once you do that cord cutting, that energetic release, you'll start to feel, where you become at ease with all of it. And then once you do
Okay.
that, that's when you'll start to attract your person. So just,
So
give
so
us
what?
some
So
time.
exactly, do you know exactly what day the full moon go fall on?
Our next full moon is, I believe it's June 6th. I believe it's June 6th
June
is the
6th.
next full moon. Uh huh. Yep.
Oh wow,
Yep.
I got a dentist appointment on June 6th.
Oh, there you go. Go to the dentist
Yeah,
appointment and then do your full moon work.
Okay, so you
That's
said write her
awesome.
name down and write everything that I want. So you
Yep.
said write her name down and write down everything that I want to let go, and then burn it,
Yes.
and then flush the ashes down the toilet.
Yep. And then flush it down the toilet, my friend. Just ask the universe or
Okay.
God or whoever you feel your higher power to take that energy from you. And you'll see that you'll be able to move forward. If you don't do this, release, then it's going to be hard for you to attract your person. So you'll want to let this
Okay.
go. And then you'll see those open doors come. Okay.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Hey. All right, my friend. Well, I hope that helped you, and good luck to you. And I have no doubt you're going to find her. I have no doubt. So hang in there. Hang in there, hun.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Have a great night.
You too.
All right. Bye bye. All right, you guys. Oh, beautiful. I love it. 2 readings tonight about love. Isn't that beautiful? So good. I think it's the summertime too, isn't it? Where we just kind of feel like, we get outside more and we get all that vitamin D, and the sun just brings all that amazing, just vibrant energy. I don't know. That's how I feel, anyways. But I just loved tonight. Nothing makes me more happier than helping people to find their person and give them guidance, and even channeling a little bit of a beautiful grandmother that's helping it along. Isn't that great? But I can't wait to see you guys next week. Have a great evening. Please go to my website, mini-medium.com, for all of my upcoming events, videos, and testimonials, and all that good stuff. Otherwise, I will see you guys next week. Okay? All right, guys. Much love. Bye.
I am absolutely delighted to be here during another glorious evening with you all. I am Crystal. I'm a spiritual healer and life coach with over 25 years of experience in what I collectively and lovingly refer to as the healing arts. And I'm here today to introduce you to White Table Tarot, which blends traditional espiritismo style spirit communication with intuitive tarot reading. So the white table itself isn't just a surface, it's an altar of clarity and a sacred space where we now invite in light, wisdom, and benevolent spirit guidance from our spiritual court, our guides, ancestors, and elevated beings who walk with us. And we ask them to speak. Make sure that you check me out at White Table Tarot on all the social media platforms. I am on Facebook and YouTube under White Table Tarot, and I am on Instagram and TikTok under the handle Abundant Woman Coach. I'm so happy to be here and to serve you. So we are waiting for our caller today. I'm looking forward to answering our caller's questions. So it looks like it might take another minute or so. So I wanted to also let you know that this week and next week on the social media platforms, I will be doing a raffle for a free reading with me. Readings with me are typically, well, I try to keep them to 60 minutes. Anyone that has worked with me before knows that I do tend to go long. And these readings also include channeled messages, oracle, bone readings, pendulum at times. It all depends on what may be needed. And I also do energy healing in person and at a distance. So I'm still deciding with this raffle whether it'll be just a reading or whether there will also be opportunities to win either a healing service or some type of product. Take a look at my website, whitetabletarot.com. I sell crystals and a variety of esoteric products to help support your journey. So I do a little bit of everything. Again, check me out, White Table Tarot. All right, so I have Tanya now in Lawndale, North Carolina. Tanya, how can I assist you today?
Oh, mercy. I don't know. My whole life is like jumbled up right now.
I'm sorry to hear that. What's going on?
I don't know. It's a relationship, family, the whole 9 yards. It's like I got all the world on my shoulders.
All right. So what are you hoping to achieve from today's reading?
Just got to get some clarity in which way I need to go.
Okay,
with
yeah,
relationship
sounds good.
and all that stuff. Yeah.
Absolutely. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the energies that currently surround you. And we're also going to take a look at the guidance that the cards are providing as to any action steps or things that may be coming in the near future around what you've just described. So I certainly see with the 10 of Cups, and I see the death and rebirth, and I also see the 8 of Wands, the first two are in the inverse. And so, yes, I can see how you're going through a bit of a process. There's change happening, a lot of it, and it's coming rapidly. A lot of it has emotional ties or an emotional basis to it. You're going through a process of transformation. Do not be afraid to release and to let go of any relationships or attachments that no longer serve you, okay? Because you're going to come out of this in a much better place emotionally and energetically. The 8 of Wands is all about rapid, sudden change, and it can be a little bit uncomfortable, but please do trust the process, okay? Because the 8 of Wands, typically, this deck is different, but typically there's a lot of beautiful butterflies on the card, so the imagery is just very supportive, okay, for a full-on transformation that leaves you in a much better place. So I do see that that's what's pulling up with the current energies around you. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the guidance is for you, okay? And what steps you can take, if any. So you've got the Three of Wands, you've got the Six of Pentacles, you also have the Chariot, and we will pull additional clarification cards as needed. But what I'm picking up on here is that you're actually being asked to go forward with any plans that you have. You might even want to consider going on vacation or something of the sort, going into a space that's going to kind of pull you away from some of what's happening and might give you a refreshed perspective. It could also help refresh your body, mind, and spirit. Okay. With this Three of Wands, it doesn't necessarily have to be related to vacation. If there are things that you've been thinking of doing or planning now for a while, you want to go ahead and step into action and move forward with those plans or those decisions. With the Six of Pentacles, here, something needs to be put back into balance, okay? It's possible that you have been giving a lot and not allowing yourself to receive, okay? To receive support, to receive love, to receive the things that you need. You might need to step up a little bit with your boundaries, be a little bit clear around your communication, okay? Because I'm seeing here with the Chariot as well, if at times your mind feels like it's running, right? It's time to actually get into your body, all right? You want to experience a physiological change, all right? You want to experience this release and the healing that comes with that. And you want to move forward, okay, with the energy of the Chariot. This is a very steadfast, no nonsense, straight to business kind of an energy, okay? This is what you need to embody to be able to move forward. We're going to pull some additional cards. Oh, this is beautiful. There's a confirmation here of the Six of Wands. This is victory, okay? This is being in a very empowered state. If you see the imagery here, there's this lady, she's standing out with her arms facing, upward into the sky. She's reaching out, she's got this laurel wreath here. All of the imagery is resounding victory, okay? And the number 6 itself, okay? It's the number of harmony, okay? It's a number of peace, all right? So this is an emotional piece. This is also a piece with the individuals that you allow to remain in your sphere, okay? You want to give yourself a pat on the back, all right? Because it's difficult to do that. It's difficult to acknowledge oneself at times. But you want to do that for all of the successes that you're going to be experiencing. Do not cut yourself off from that energy. That is a type of receiving, okay? I also pulled here the 10 of Swords. So this very much, again, could be feeling like a bit of night, a dark night of the soul, so to speak, okay? But with the 10 of Swords, I want to point out a couple of things. Again, with the number 10 being the end of a cycle. The Knight of Swords may include betrayal. It may include the worst of the worst, okay? And it could also include a lot of like the upset on the mental level that comes with experiencing some of these things, okay? So something might be keeping you up at night. Something might be stressing, you're kind of in that energy, in that vibe, okay? But the 10 of Swords those are the darkest hours before the dawn. You're coming out of this, all right? Again, with this 6 of Wands here, you can expect to come out of this, but it does require some action on your part. And rather, I'd say even a little quickly, okay? You don't want to dwell on these things that have been difficult for you to either speak out on or to take action on. I see the 6 of Cups here and it's in reverse. So there might be a lot of kind of reminiscing, a lot of thinking to the past, thinking to better days, and I just want to warn you that if you focus on the past, okay, we can't live in the past. That can cause a lot of upset. It can cause depression. On the flip side, we cannot live in the future either, because that can cause us anxiety and a lot of concern and fear around a future that isn't known, right? But I want to offer you a different perspective, okay? The future is also full of endless, infinite possibility. And this is what we need to focus on. And how do we get there? We get there by focusing on today, by living in the present. The only guarantee that we have with time is that as long as we are living in the moment, second by second, we have the guarantee that we will move forward. Okay? So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Ground yourself, because again, with that 10 of Swords, this is a lot of mental energy. You're in your head, okay? And
Right.
probably trying to analyze and figure out what's going on emotionally. And that's normal. We're humans. But you need to ground yourself, okay?
Okay.
In fact, in the traditional imagery of this card, those 10 swords are in, or they're actually, some of them are in someone's back, but some of them are in the ground. Okay, so again, it's about grounding ourselves and getting out of that mental energy. All right, I also see, just want to pull a couple more cards here for you. Kind of see a little bit of the same repetitive message with the 7 of Cups. So again, choices, options, you just have to really carefully consider those, okay, and how you're going to move forward.
Okay.
All right, and I reshuffled and the same card pulled again, all right? So you're going to have different options. You just have to think through them, okay, and help yourself achieve that clarity. But with the 3 of Cups, seek friends, seek social things, seek individuals, like-minded individuals, okay? Seek a support circle of women, all right? This is something else that you can do, all right? How are you feeling?
Right.
Did you get what you needed for tonight?
Yes, ma'am, I did. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome. Thank you. I appreciate your time and for trusting me with supporting you. Feel free to reach out to me at any time. My socials are White Table Tarot on YouTube and on Facebook. And I'm under Abundant Woman Coach on Instagram and TikTok. Okay?
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You have a good evening. All right,
too.
guys, my show is about to wrap up in just under a minute. I encourage all of you to, again, check out my socials, check out my website at whitetabletarot.com. My handles are White Table Tarot on YouTube and Facebook, and Abundant Woman Coach on TikTok and Instagram. I do lives regularly, and I am holding a raffle for a free reading, okay? That includes oracle channel messages, phone readings, and I'm just so excited to connect with you all again. I will see you next week. Blessings.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris. with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, good morning, whenever and wherever you are watching this. Welcome to another Insight with Solaris, where I'm your host, Jennifer, a tarot reader for over 10 years with over a dozen healing certifications, along with being an ordained minister. Even though I have all these certifications, I typically say that I am a channel of spirit, bringing those messages for those who find me. And so with this show, I always like to start out with a little something for the collective. And I'm just going to do the next couple weeks overview. Instead of the typical 7 days, I feel called out to do a couple of weeks ahead. And the reason for that, it looks like there's going to be a little bit of upset in the next couple of weeks in the collective energy. And this will affect everyone a little bit differently because it is the collective energy, of course, but the overall themes of what you see over on your day-to-day basis, you're going to see this. So it seems like a lot of difficult situations are coming to an end, but there's still that final push to go forward and to finally close these chapters. And it's really, you have to face the insecurities over the next couple of weeks, and particularly about the ones about yourself. So there's going to be some things happening in the public view, which are going to be very strong opinions coming forward or conflicting information that is really just going to shake your core. But throughout all of that, what it's trying to tell you in the collective reading is it's time to look at you, because everything that you are seeing is a reflection of your inner world. And so, or if you are seeing things out in the world which you are just uncomfortable with, you got to look at yourself first. That is the first step, and it is the hardest step as well, to accept yourself when you're not willing to accept anything or anyone else. But overall, over the next couple of weeks, despite having these upheavals on their way, you are coming to a place where you are connecting with other people. You are working on creating new contracts. While that may be romantic for some people, it may be an engagement coming up, or in a partnership in a creative project of work. You have strong people coming to you to help upkeep your creativity and to help drive you forward. But if you want that drive, and if you want that success later on in the year, you do have to look at yourself and your own ego, because that is going to be your biggest obstacle. So we're just going to go ahead and jump into the caller tonight. So we have Tracy from Ohio. How are you, Tracy?
I'm good. How about you?
I am always fantastic, I like to say, but no complaints. What type of questions do you have today? Sorry, Spirit is being loud today.
I'm not sure. I just got a message that I was up for a free reading, and the only question I really have is, where I've donated. How do I say it? I put all my time into taking care of my parents, and I just feel like I'm stuck, and I don't know where I'm going to go forward.
Okay, yeah, let's see if we can break this down to give you a little bit of guidance. Immediately,
Okay.
I'm seeing that conflict showing up with others. It's not necessarily kind of a burden, kind of standing up, being that person who carries the struggle. I'm seeing 4 people, so not just your parents. I'm seeing 4 people you're kind of taking on some additional.
You're correct.
He's particularly with the
Yep.
masculine figure, though. I do see that figure coming in with that foundation that has been created before. why are you trying to show me this specifically, Spirit? Your father, the masculine figures that are part of this four, there is so much love for you. And even though if it's not
Uh-huh.
that is a depth of emotions, that is a pride. So you look out in the sea and you see how majestic everything is. You're like, wow, this is incredible. Your father looks at you and he sees how incredible you are. It doesn't seem like he's always the best at communicating that honestly.
Mm-hmm.
The opposite, where instead of saying how wonderful he thinks you are, he may like nitpick at things, but in reality there's so much love and there is such an appreciation for you, because I still see that in that indication that things are going on behind the scenes, which you don't have everything, all the information yet, and that's okay, because
Right.
what is going on behind the scenes is going to be related kind of to contracts and future abundance. So inheritance is going to be conversations starting to come up a little bit more, or what to do with possessions, even though it's definitely early to have any of those type of conversation from what I'm seeing. But that type of balance is finding you. So what you are doing,
Mm-hmm.
despite having that difficulties and wanting to things to change, but at the same time resisting that change, it's going to be balanced in the end. It's just not going to be easy right now, because I also see a little bit of a type of addiction. And as I'm saying this,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it doesn't always have to be a drug addiction, but a behavior pattern that is not
Mm-hmm.
fantastic, to say the least. And I see that's affecting you
Right.
in different ways. And I see that as you are dealing with these situations, you feel entrapped. You're being focused on the material things, and you have these fear thoughts, and that's completely understandable,
Mm-hmm.
especially when it is related to your children and it's related to things that have happened in your childhood. Um, So, what I'd like to see in the future, and I love this, as you are coming out with a very happy family life with good financial security and being able to really find magic in the little things. So, it's like going outside and seeing a beautiful flower and actually be able to appreciate something like that. But I'm seeing a gap here that you have not quite been able to jump to get to this happiness. So, Spirit, what can we say about this? How do we bridge this gap? It's it's time for you to really review what options you have. Okay.
Right. I agree with you.
Because it's you can't keep going as you are. You're not sleeping well, because you're getting stressed out. The people that you are wanting to love and help, they're getting stressed out. So it's time to open up those doors of communication to other options. I do see you
Mm-hmm.
and to sign some type of contract. So whether that is somebody who can come in to perhaps like a nursing student or something like that, a temporary caregiver or a part-time caregiver that can come in to assist
Right.
with that work, that would be a good choice to go. Particularly, I'm not seeing somebody who, an older woman, is not going to be a good fit for your household in the situation for the next couple of months. So there will be
Right.
somebody coming in to support you if you want to go forward with that contract type area and kind of hiring somebody. That would be a good,
I'm already on it.
fantastic. Okay. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
look for that placement with somebody who is in school. They're studying, they have the softness to them, and you'll know it. You'll feel that softness. You'll feel this person who still has the joy of life. And
Right.
they have dreams. And so being in this, it's not only going to be helpful for you, but it's going to be helpful for them too, because they are learning exactly what they need to learn in order to get them to the next level of their studies. But for you, that is going
Right.
to, you finally get to rest. And when you are able to rest, you get all this abundance coming forward, because that's exactly what
Mm-hmm.
you need. Yeah, because you are holding a lot of other people's baggage. you need that help, and you don't have to feel guilty for asking for that help. The resources will be there. And make sure that if you are asking for help, particularly with other family members, do consider that not everyone has the same honorable or moral indications as
I'm
you.
aware.
Okay.
That's very obvious. Trust me.
I was trying to put that as a very softest as I could, but it sounds like you are all aware. There are people in your family who do not have the best interest in your parents or what happens to them. So use your discernment. Right. But yeah, go into way to find outside help is definitely going to support you. Also, it will be honoring yourself and your parents. So your parents, your father loves you so much. He does not say it, but he loves you so much. And there is fear of like, oh my gosh, I'm supposed to be providing for my children, but now I'm not able to, and I am a burden. And that's a very deep fear that is coming forward, especially for your father. He doesn't want to make you do all these things, even though like it doesn't seem that way, but having that person will release.
He's more of an action person. He doesn't tell me, but I know.
Yeah. Yeah. So when you have those actions, hated people and they are relying on another person to help with their actions, that can create tension and frustration too. But yeah, it seems like that helper is really going to help release that tension. Also, you need to go and get out with your friends. If you go out to brunch, or if you just sit on your best friend's porch for an hour, you got to get out of the situation and just breathe. It also is way your romance life is going to improve quite a bit because you're able to refill your own cup. So you're not trying to go out and pull out your partner's energy or to fill your own cup. Is going to become more balanced. And that freedom is, at the end of the day, it's clear that you need that extra support. It's going to be there for you. You're going to have the resources, and overall that will support your home life. Now, do you need any clarification on any of that? That's a lot of information.
Yeah, you're on it. You're on everything that I'm basically going through. Am I allowed to ask you, who is this going to be, a new person coming in or someone that's currently in my life?
For the caretaker? Or
no,
for
I'm talking about when you
when
you said there was a male figure coming in.
Okay, so let's see what we have. So there seems to be a little bit of a history. So it could still be from your past, but what I'm seeing is, regardless, this person is going to feel familiar. So if it's not someone from your past, it's going to be somebody who feels like you life. They will help you bring
I get that a lot.
Okay. Yeah, we're running out of time, but you have a lot of options. So it's not going to be clear right away who's stepping forward for this, because there's a bunch of different indications are going to come in before you make that commitment, or you find that commitment coming towards you. But it's going to be contentment. Okay. Somebody who is very much in love with you. Just give it a little bit of time, because you got some other things to take care of before you can step forward.
Right. Well, I appreciate it, and everything you said, you're on it.
All right. Well, best of luck, Tracy. I'm rooting for you. Find that happiness.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Cheers deference. I'm Perry Lyons, New York Celebrity Psychic. Woohoo! And you're you, which is the best possible thing you could be. And we have a new format, so I'm a little more in HD, which I wish I'd known before I was doing my makeup. I've got that country singer of the 1970s blue eyeshadow on. You know, these things just happen. Anyway, I'm just thrilled to see you with my heart's eye. And I'm waiting here, staring at the phone like a lovesick teenager, waiting for your call. Meanwhile, we're going to do the psychic tarot weather. And I'm just so glad to be back. I apologize for missing a couple of shows, a little technical difficulty, and also I was having a personal growth spurt, as one does. I don't know if you know this, but sometimes right before you have like this big breakthrough and your life opens up, sometimes it'll be really challenging beforehand. It's almost like there's a price of admission. I've also noticed this when I'm in my life looking back, when, for instance, I was on my way to meet somebody who's going to be very, very important to my life in one way or another. On the way, I remember this one time, this guy who helped me with my book and was just a really helpful sort of patron. On the way to see him, every single mode of transportation I got on broke down. And that happens with me a lot because I'm a psychic and my phone breaks, my iPad break, or they just stop working, or my Alexa will start talking to me in a firm male accent, deep voice. And this morning she advised me to go buy some mozzarella. But aside from that, so I was trying to get to go meet this person and everything broke down. I finally got there like 2 hours late. So, but he was still there. What I'm saying is that sometimes for something that's important coming up, there will be what the I Ching, which is a Chinese oracle that's 3,000 years old, calls difficulty in the beginning. So if you're going through a hard time, my heart goes out to you. But remember, the light at the end of the tunnel is not an oncoming train. Do not give up 5 minutes before the miracle. And remember, it's the price of admission for the good stuff that's coming up. I hope that helps. I also had a really interesting revelation about relationships, but I'll tell you that in a bit. Okay, ready? The psychic tarot weather is just like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. And I'm going to pick 3 cards. One is for the now, the beginning of the week. The second card is middle of the week, so that's weekendish, run there. And then the third card is like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because for us, our week begins and ends on Monday because this show is so important. Well, maybe in the relative scheme of things, yeah. Okay, so the first card. Oh, the other thing is, I always pick these cards and I'm not allowed to repick. I don't like cheat to make you guys feel good. The cards present themselves and I have to go with what they give me. There we go. First card is a great card. I love this card. This card, in my life, I've gotten this card right before times when I was about to be happier than I thought possible, or happier than I could almost remember being. It's sort of a new form of happiness. And you'll notice the picture is a naked child riding on a pony. And you might want to ask your landlord if you can have pets, but sorry, pony joke. But what this means is it's the purity of the white pony and the pure joy of the child. And the sun is like, how can I put this? The sun is our reassurance that no matter how dark the night gets, morning always comes. Okay. Anyway, prepare for happiness. You've already planted the seeds for it. And speaking of planting the seeds, it could also mean that you might be doing the whole baby thing. So if that's not something you want, take appropriate precautions, wear a wetsuit, whatever it is. Okay, second card. This is an interesting card because it looks kind of scary. It looks like these guys, it's a 5 of Wands. And I'll give you a little tarot numerology secret. The 5 is always a time of change. It's old structures not working anymore, so you outgrow them and you get to find a new way of being that works better for you. But it can be a little uncomfortable at the time. But you'll notice these people are fighting with flowering wands. They're not fighting with swords. Nobody's going to get hurt. This can also be kind of an office politics card, but it means that whatever like little kerfuffle you're going through right now, if you're having a disagreement with somebody or your grown kids are driving you crazy and making a fuss about, like, I don't know, a car accident that wasn't your fault, whatever. That was for a friend of mine, I love. It's going to be better. This is all the change that's necessary for growth. Although at the time, I will admit, it's kind of annoying. Okay, and this last card, we love 8s. Oh, I was going to tell you, 5 is always the number of change. That was my numerology secret. And sometimes change is uncomfortable. Well, always change is uncomfortable, but being a little uncomfortable is not a bad thing, as long as it's happening to you and not me. Okay, sorry. The 8 of Wands always indicate movement. They're like the fire signs of the zodiac. Their movement, their activity, their things happening. Woo! And it's our day-to-day life. So you might be feeling 2 things. You'll notice that all of these sort of arrow-like wands are up in the air. So you might have a lot of things that feel like they're up in the air right now, literally, but they're not. All of these seeming arrows are all going to reach their destination. Even if right now you're feeling overwhelmed or you're feeling like, I'm never going to get this done, or I should have probably started this a year ago. Whatever stage you're at, if you're juggling, a few projects or a few ways of being, and who isn't? Honestly, I think ADHD is an evolutionary helpful strategy to help us all cope with this crazy, texts, YouTube, TikTok. Anyway, so it's going to be okay, is what I'm saying. And especially if you have a number of irons in the fire and you're thinking, why are there irons in my fire? That's strange. No, you're thinking like, am I doing too much? Am I trying to bite off more than I can chew? I think the answer is maybe, but you're doing it for a reason. You're doing it because there are things you want. There are places you want to go. There are goals you want to achieve. So having irons in the fire is a good idea. And activity is your friend. Okay. All right. So while I'm waiting for our first caller, and we're global, so it could be anywhere. I love our call. We get a lot of callers from Australia and from, Angela in Denver. Oh boy. I love Denver. Hi, Angela. I love that name. How are you, baby?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm happy to hear from you. So I like to connect to people through their birthdays. Do you mind me asking what your birthday is? Don't have to tell me the year.
August 16th.
Oh, look at you. I think that's Alfred Hitchcock, the director's birthday. We love Leos on this show. Love them. All right, my angel. You have it feels like there's a couple of specific questions at the top of your head. Is that true? One about romance and one about work? Pick one.
Probably work is always on the top of my brain.
Yeah, I know, right? Okay. So would you like to know, how can I be specific enough to be of most help to you?
I don't have a specific question. There's just, I have several jobs, and there's just somebody who is showing some jealousy and insecurity, and so that's been on my mind lately.
Yes, they are. Both of those. And it's interesting because you're a really nice person. You're also a very attractive person. I do remote viewing, so I can see what you look like, and you're cute. And you're intelligent, and you don't respond to other people's drama. And that drives some people crazy. right? Is this person a little dramatic?
Yes.
Thought so. Is it a him or her? I'm getting a her, but it might be.
Yes, you're correct.
Is she kind of a pain in the ass? Excuse my language.
Yes.
Yeah.
Times,
Sorry about that. I'm not saying she's a bad person. I'm just saying she has some maladaptive behavioral issues. I'm not even sure what that means, but it sounded good. She tends to take things personally, and she tends to also act before she thinks. So, and she might be a little vengeful. And here's the way to deal with her. Nod and smile and say, you have a really good point there, and I'm really going to think about it. What you want to do, because she might not be a narcissist, people throw that word around too much, but she does a fairly good imitation of one. And so anything to her that seems even tiny bit like criticism is going to make her bridle. That's such a great word. It's going to make her feel defensive and go on the attack. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. She really is a pain in the bum, I have to say. And it's funny because she's, outside of work, she's kind of okay. I mean, I'm glad I'm not married to her. I mean, she's not my mom, but she's really kind of okay. But in work, she got this sort of like dominance thing. She has to dominate, but she doesn't have much self-esteem. You're right. She's very insecure. So she kind of dominates passive aggressively, which drives me crazy. And you're a Leo, so passive aggressive is just going to get on your nerves like nothing else. Is that true?
Well, and yes, and she's also accused me of being passive aggressive.
Oh no, she's totally projecting. You're not. But I've known you for 30 seconds and you're in Colorado. I can tell you right now, you are not passive aggressive. What you are is direct. And that's what she doesn't like. Okay, so let's figure out how to get through this. I think I got her name too, but I'm not going to say it. Okay. I think probably the best thing to do is a charm offensive. Bring cupcakes for everybody on Friday mornings. Make sure she gets the one. You want to kill her with kindness, not literally, because then I would be open to all sorts of legal ramifications. But so you want to kill her. She wants a lot of attention, and she wants positive attention. She doesn't quite know how to receive it, and she doesn't know how to ask for it. But if you give it to her in a way that reflects her back to how she perceives her best self, and I think for her, she takes a lot of pride in the way she dresses and presents. Just between you and me, I don't think she's very good at it, but that's neither here nor there. So you can compliment her. You have a very straightforward way of being. And I'm telling you, she's just, the thing about people like this is they project their own stuff onto you. So they don't have to own it. How convenient is that? So I'm going to say, you might want to do a little bit of a charm offensive. And you also want to do what I call gray rocking. My sister Tony is a therapist, and she taught me this for dealing with a narcissist I don't have to deal with anymore. Yay! Okay. So when she tries to get your goat, because I think what she does is put little stings in the tail of her, like, stuff she says to you, right?
Yep.
Like, wow, Perry, you look really good considering, like, that kind of thing. Or, nobody would ever guess how really old you are. That's not great examples, but you get the drift. Yeah. And also I think she does implied threats. And I don't know how to do that because I have a moon in Leo. So like a Leo, I'm all cheerful and straightforward. So but she does this sort of like, I don't know. She's like that kid who in kindergarten would tell if the teacher goes out of the room and comes back in, she'll say, Bonnie sucking her paintbrush. So that's kind of who she is. So you want to give her what she's looking for, which is attention and a feeling of authority without actually taking her seriously. Does that work?
Yes.
Cool.
Yes, it does.
Hi, Suzanne in Halifax. I'll be with you in a minute. Oh, Halifax. I love Halifax. But I love the name Angela. I find the Angelas in my life are often quite angelic, to be honest.
Oh.
I think your love life is fine. Um, the nice thing about the work thing is you're going to get promoted, or actually, you're going to get kicked upstairs, but sort of laterally. I'm not sure how big this company is. I don't think it's that big, or your department isn't that big. Is your department like 7 people?
There's probably 100 people that work there.
So you're not going to have to deal with her for too long. Also, here's the thing. People who suck up to their bosses, which she does, and I don't mean that in a bad, oh, yes, I do. I'm sorry, I'm kind of a witch.
You're so accurate right now.
Thank you. I like being accurate. Oh my God, I have to tell you the funniest story. I'll tell it at the end, but I'll be saying it to you. Their bosses know what they're doing, and people, the boss that she reports to, she doesn't like her. I'm not like I hate you, but just like, could you stop? Could you just be real for a minute?
Yeah.
The thing that you have going for you is authenticity and predictability, which I mean in a really good way. You're predictable. You show up on time. You do your job. You don't have different reactions to the same situation, which she does. And so, because she wants attention, but she's only comfortable with negative attention. So let's have compassion for her, while understanding that we're not going to be working with her for more than a month or 2. You're fine.
wow.
You're going to get probably sideways and up to a different department. People are noticing that you are very good with people. You're very good at managing people without having them catch you at it. And you're calming influence. I would hire you. You're hired. I hope that helps. Your love life, everything else is fine. You're doing great. Get a little more exercise, and I want you to take a multivitamin if that's okay.
Okay, will do.
Okay, love. I'm so glad you called. Stay in touch. Let me know how you do, okay?
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Bye.
My pleasure. Hi, sweetie. Okay, Miss Halifax, are you still on the phone?
Yes, I am. Yes, thank you.
I love Halifax. A lot of friends there. Great people.
Is that right?
Yeah, the people I know from there are very warm and very honest and very down to earth, but also magical. But they do make jokes about people from Newfoundland. Okay, how can I help you today?
Well, we're from another province per se. We are just sort of newcomers in Nova Scotia, and I would say not new, but the last few years. And it's different for us. We love it here. However, our people and the rest of everyone we know are in another province, and we just my husband retired. We just said, you know what, it's time for us. But it is what it is. And
yeah, it's not Fun City. I know the feeling because I inherited my mom's place in Annapolis, Maryland, and I am a New York City girl. Where the province you moved from, was it like in the Ontario region?
Well, I would say the Niagara region.
Oh, that's nice. So you're used to a little warm. Yeah. It feels to me like maybe your time in Halifax has either come to an end, or you can keep that as a country place, and maybe I feel like you're very cultured. Oh, I forgot to ask you. I like to connect people through their birthdays. When is your birthday?
Oh, it's August 6th.
Oh, having an all-Leo. I love that. Yay. I love Leos. And they're the easiest to read for me, too, because you guys are honorable and straightforward, and I just really like you. Okay. Are you asking if you should move? Because I'm feeling like you might want to explore other options.
No, not really. But we have our
our kids are, well, they're not kids, but they're our I guess they are our children. They're all adults, but they are, they're in their own world. They have their own things going on, and it's hard for them to get to us.
Yeah.
So
Kids?
we will be. Sorry.
You
Yes.
have three?
Yeah.
Three? Yeah. A
Yeah.
boy and two girls?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. It's not a bad idea to be around them. The girl needs you, but she's going to need you in a bit. Well, she always needs you. Who doesn't need their mom?
Which one?
But she's
Okay.
too proud to say it. What?
Which one? We have. It's
the younger girl's a little more dependent on you. The older girl is, but she doesn't. She's a little more. Yeah, she doesn't like to say she is, right? And the boy's adorable.
The older. Sorry.
I said I might have them switch. It feels to me like the younger girl is more openly like, "Mom, I need you to come here." The older girl actually kind of needs you more, but is a little more like, "I'm fine. I can handle this by myself."
Exactly. She's in the older one is in her, and she she wants to do her own thing. She's got her own family, and
yeah, she's going to have another one fairly soon. So, and you're always. Oh, does she have one or two kids right now?
Just two. Yeah.
Going to be another one soon, and I think you magically appear and very quietly, sort of, when the kids are first born, very quietly do everything that needs to be done, but you don't draw attention to yourself. I don't think you get a huge amount of thanks, but that's a mom thing. But she's going to need you. The third one's going to be along. She'll probably announce it in the next 6 weeks, 2 months. Third one's going to be, 2 is handleable, but 3, because they're fairly close in age, not terribly, but fairly. And it feels to me like 3 is going to be a lot for her to handle. She's going to have to ask for help from you, and that's a good thing for her to do. That makes sense?
Yes, but how can I say this? I think because she's a lot older. Like she's older. Like she's older than she's like in her late 40s. So
wow, your voice sounds so young. Is she older than you? I mean, that's sorry. But she's also she's had a long, if you pardon me saying so. She's had a long menopause, and it is the hormone change. She needs probably to look into hormone replacement therapy. The hormone change has kind of made her a little depressed and a little less active than she used to be. So they think she's a little. So she's not going to have another kid. Then maybe one of her kids is going to have a kid. There's a baby in there somewhere. I'm telling you.
Oh God. Yeah, because. Well, I hope not. Yeah, because we, well, I'm not saying no, but like it's the middle one, the boy, who we're probably more concerned about than anybody of the 3 of them. Yeah.
Oh, he's fine. He's just completely himself. He hasn't listened to anybody's advice or anything like that ever. So there's no reason he's going to start now. When's his birthday?
That's true.
Yeah.
He's March 30th.
Yeah, he's an Aries. You can't tell him anything. He's adorable.
No.
And he's got a very sort of, I want to say fresh presence. He's going to make the mistakes he's going to make and probably won't learn from them, but he's going to be fine. It's just that he's so different from his sisters.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of so different from anybody in the family, except maybe somebody on your side, maybe your dad. No, not your dad. Oh, well, somebody. He's cute too. Maybe you should send him here, and I'll tell him. Oh, no, just kidding. He is cute. Got a good-looking family, and the girls have kind of old-fashioned, very classic names. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know. Are they? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, they are kind of old-fashioned names. Yeah.
And classic. You like classic things. You're very...
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Good Vibrations with Lady Phyllis. Lady Phyllis. Live from LadyPhyllis.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Good Vibration on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Thanks a lot. Hi, welcome to my show, Good Vibrations. And I'm hoping you're having a week filled with good vibrations. So today I have something. See this black disc? This is called a black mirror. And John Dee, who was Elizabeth I astrologer, her seer, her psychic, whatever you want to call him, he used a black mirror to decide what day she should have a coronation, who she should see, what ambassador she wouldn't make a decision. Elizabeth I, Queen of England, in the 1500s, wouldn't make a decision without consulting John Dee, her astrologer. The reason I know about the black mirror is my son, who was fascinated with it, dragged me all over the British Museum till we found John Dee's mirror. And it was kind of, I was not impressed with it. It didn't seem magical. It didn't seem... It was in a case close to the floor. So I did my research on black mirrors. Same as crystal balls. I have a black crystal ball and I have several clear crystal balls. And I wanted to know what, other than the Wizard of Oz saying, I'll get you my little pretty, how do people use crystal balls? So it seems that if you darken your room, completely make it pitch black, and you stare into the object, either the crystal ball, the black mirror, whatever you're staring at, you can get a vision. So I wrote a book called Mastering Mediumship. And I wanted to know, do these objects have magical powers, or is it coming from within? And what I've discovered on my journey is that the objects they're just objects. There's no real power to anything, not the tarot cards, not dowsing sticks, not the crystals we hang from a chain. The power is within us. The power is within us. And it's a matter of, this is what I teach in my class. It's a matter of self-confidence and trusting that Spirit's going to be there to give you the answers. So we have a caller, Sharon in Chicago. So let's take that call.
Hi.
Hi, Sharon. How are you?
Hello, this is Sharon. Fine. How are you?
I'm great. I'm glad to meet you. And I have a book that I use, like John Dee, the crystal ball or the crystal mirror, the black mirror. It's called 366 Meditations and Inspirations to Live By. I would ask you to pick a page number 1 to 366. For me, this opens the door. So can you pick a page number 1 to 366, and let's see what it says.
222.
222. 222. Okay, Sharon. 222 says, I hold space for others, whether they hold space for me or not. So someone from the other side is noticing that you're always front and center to help everybody else, but you don't get the same in return. Does that ring true?
Yes.
I feel that this is coming from a female on the other side, either a mother or a grandmother. Is your mom on the other side?
Yes.
So I feel like this is your mom. Did your mom have a problem walking or with swelling in her legs?
No, in her back.
She had it in the back, but there was trouble with. Yeah, because what they show me, Spirit uses my store of memories, and what they show me is legs that just are shuffling that can't seem to move. So does that describe what was going on with her?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Did you take care of her?
No, I lived far away. My sister did.
Yeah, because she's talking about, and where's the L name around your mother? And it could be E-L or L, like Elaine, Ellen, or it could be Linda Lorraine. Yeah, go ahead.
Her middle initial, her maiden name started with an L, her last name, and she used it as a middle initial.
Okay, yeah, I do that too. Yeah, so that's her way of identifying herself. Do you have her glasses, her reading glasses?
No.
Who has her reading glasses?
I don't know. She passed 10 years ago. I have not spoken to my sister over the way she took care of my mother. So they would be in the house, I would assume.
Okay, because your mother's bringing them up, so there must be a story behind the glasses. But did you make it there to be with your mom before she passed?
Yes, yes.
You were there. Was she in a comatose state?
Yes.
And did you get there before she slipped under, or you got there after she had slipped under?
No. A month. She went in and out. I was there for the last month, and I prayed every day by her bed in the hospital.
Because what she's saying is that there was nothing left. I feel like when she finally slips in, into her final comatose state, that maybe you felt things weren't said between you, but she's saying everything was said. Like, in other words, she knew that she had expressed whatever you needed to be said between you. She had expressed that. Does that ring true?
Yes.
Is there a fight between you and your sister?
Yes.
Okay, that's what she's talking about. Did this fight start when your mother was dying?
Yes.
Yeah, she kind of, is your sister difficult?
Yes.
Yeah, she's saying she won't change. Say it again, Sharon?
And she's doing fraudulent things with my mother before she died, and with a will and the property, all the stuff that upset my mother at the end. She wanted equal, and my sister took everything.
Yeah, I'm feeling like you're not going to get closure with your sister. Like, she is who she is, not going to change.
Mm-hmm.
But your mother doesn't want your sister's actions to color your life. Do you understand what I mean? She doesn't want what your sister did to make you hurt or angry. I think your sister did things without your mom's permission. I'm not feeling like your mother told her to do these things, or she couldn't even stop her when she started. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So she says, don't hold on to it. It's just stuff.
Yes.
And she loves you. It sounds trite, but she feels that you got the better deal than the sister. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Almost as though you're in a better position than she is?
Yeah.
She may have the material stuff that was your mom's, but your mom says you have the real stuff. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think when she's saying you hold space for others, whether they hold space for you or not, she's talking directly about your sister.
I don't know. Could I ask about a cat? My mother was very much into cats.
Mm-hmm. And you had
And
a
I'm
cat
missing
that
a cat. No, I have a
And the
cat
cat-
that's missing, and I'm very worried about him.
Has he left before? Has he done this before?
No,
Do you live in a home or an apartment?
apartments. He is missing from a motel. I was in the city where my mother passed, visiting other friends, not my sister, and he got out. And I want to make sure he will be found. He's listed on all the web pages, the towns, and flyers, and an organization.
Did he have like a balding spot on part of his head?
Not that I know of now, maybe after he was lost, you know.
I don't think he's going to come back.
Okay.
I don't think, because had you lived in a house, I would feel like he'd come back, but he's showing me an apartment and it's almost as though it's one of many doors and he left and he can't find his way back. This was not his regular home?
No. We were there for a week before. He had come back the night before when I left. He's around there, and I heard a meow,
Mhm.
and there were other things around there and stuff. But some of the residents in the hotel feared him, and we have flyers up in the area.
Mhm.
And I want to know. I believe he was found by somebody. I'm psychic myself, but I wanted to make sure that somebody connects him with a cat on the flyer and that they will contact me. And my mother and I always want to make sure that she'll contact me. You know, that she realizes I've had a few leads already, but they weren't him.
Can I ask if there's a major highway or a big intersection in front of this hotel? Like, is there a very huge street?
A freeway, and on the other side there's a big street.
Yeah, like I feel like it's the cat's on the other side of the freeway, and is having difficulty getting home.
Okay. All
You know,
right.
you may get lucky. You may get lucky that someone's going to identify the cat and let you know. Does the cat have a collar with its name on it?
No, he took it off.
Oh, I don't know. I think 347. Okay, let's see what 347 has to say.
Okay.
347. I will balance my chakras so I'm running optimally. I think your mom wants you to concentrate on you, to relax, and if you balance your chakras, maybe you're going to be able to get a message. Do you understand?
Yes.
That this has you kind of disjointed because you're worried and you're scared. So try to balance your chakras and maybe you'll get a clear message.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Energy Intuition Transformation with Sue Williams. Live from holistic-health.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Energy Intuition Transformation on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, beautiful souls. I'm Sue Williams, and welcome to my show, Energy Intuition Transformation. And thank you to all those people who reached out and liked in fact, more than liked, absolutely loved the oracle cards that I shared last week, which are the messages from your animals, an oracle deck created by my good friend Dagmar Klingenboek. She is an animal communicator herself, and these cards have been produced with just pure love for the animals. So if you would be interested in getting a set of these cards for yourself, I have put the link to Dagmar's shop on my website. So that's, you go to holistic-health.au to obtain these wonderful cards, which allow you to use your intuition and train your intuition to connect with your animals, which is such a blessing to be able to reach out and actually connect and communicate with your beautiful animals. So this week I have drawn another card from this wonderful deck, and I was very fortunate to find this one, which is forgiving. And we have the wonderful First Nations Indian woman there from the US. Probably Indian isn't the correct terminology these days, but definitely First Nations people. How wonderful to connect with them. And the forgiving card says, forgiving the past will help to move forward. So not only with your animals, you need probably to forgive yourself before you start forgiving others. Think back to things that may have been stopping you from moving forward. Can you forgive yourself? If you can, it makes things so much easier. And then, of course, start forgiving others as well. Forgiving others isn't for them, it's for you. It gives you the peace of mind to be able to move on and create a much happier, more peaceful life. And your animals would like you to forgive them for their indiscretions, because they often do things, well, perhaps not often, but sometimes do things that upset us. Maybe they make a mess. Maybe they run away from us when we want them to come back. But they don't do it in a nasty way. In fact, often it's not even intentional. They just want to do what they want to do. So if you get angry with them, forgive yourself for the anger, and then forgive them for their indiscretion, which probably wasn't intentional anyway. And another wonderful thing that I have done this week is to consult with another deck of oracle cards, which I absolutely love. And this is called Sacred Medicine. And this is another First Nations from America, created by Asher Frost, with the artwork by Steph Littlebird. They are the most beautiful cards. And I drew one this week, which was very timely because it was for the new spirit moon. And of course, this week we did have the new moon in Gemini. And being the Gemini, it means the new moon is looking to us to be creative, to use our imagination. What can we do in our lives that will improve our lives? How can we plan to move forward with the blessing of the new moon? And Gemini is such a creative sign. So use our imagination. Our imagination is one of the biggest gifts that we have. We can create whatever we want using our brilliant imaginations. And this is the perfect time to be doing that, so that as we move forward to the full moon, we can look at our plans becoming reality. If you don't start now, when will you start? So think, what will improve my life? What can I do to make my life better for myself, but also those around me? Who can I reach out to help? Just use that imagination and see what you can do moving forward under this beautiful new moon as it turns to the full moon later in June. And goodness, we're nearly halfway through the year already. So start planning now. What can you do to make your life better and better for those around you? And with this beautiful oracle deck, the Sacred Medicine, it comes with a little book, but it has such detailed information about each card. Some oracle decks have a book, but they're quite not a lot of information about each card. But this one is amazing. And for each card, it gives a First Nations sacred ceremony. So I might just share that with you for the new moon. Even though we're a couple of days past it, we should still be able to feel its power and its energy. So the sacred ceremony for the new moon is to look up at the dark sky and see the image of the bright white silver light. This is a beginning, and there is so much that is unknown. You are handed a seed to offer into the soil of the earth, the womb of the earth mother. Take a moment to infuse it with a wish, a dream, a prayer. As Mother Earth gathers it, she transmutes it with her hands into a shooting star and throws it up into the cosmos, where it is gathered, validated, and amplified. You can now surrender and trust. And there's also a beautiful healing affirmation. I am ready to plant the seeds of my future. I stay aligned in my thoughts and focus on what is possible. And as I was saying in this Gemini new moon, this is the time of imagination, the time of creation, so that you can put into play the wonderful things that you've only ever dreamt about. And of course, our thoughts create our reality. So what can you think of to create a new reality for yourself? How can you make amazing decisions at this time that you can implement as you move forward? And what a wonderful thing for us to be able to do for ourselves and those around us. And of course, I absolutely love these cards because they are First Nations. But I have to share that I live in a wonderful place that is very close to our Australian Indigenous people. I'm very fortunate to live near the sea. And in days gone by, the Indigenous tribes of this area stayed here. There was very little conflict between the different tribes over these different areas nearby because the land provided and the sea provided, so that it was plentiful. There was an abundance at most times of the year of food, of all sorts of things that the tribes required. So they were very fortunate to live in this area. And I feel their spirits around me very often. And I reach out to them as much as I can. I had an amazing experience with a fellow animal communicator when we were having a bit of a conference here at my place. We were thinking about how we can allow our thoughts to reach out and call in spirits. We were thinking about animals, but this particular lady, she had an amazing experience which she shared with us. As she was going into her meditation, instead of animals coming forward, she had two Indigenous people from this area come forward, and they were so lifelike to her. Obviously, they were wearing the clothes, the garb that they would have worn those very many hundreds, maybe even thousands of years ago. The animal skins, other garments that were woven from the grasses and other available commodities in the area. And there was a man and a woman, and she sensed that they were partners, life partners, and they were so happy to reach out and to share how they had loved this area, how they had used so many of the resources to make happy and successful lives for themselves and the other members of the tribe. And of course, being so close to the sea, they were able to fish. We have seals nearby. And we look at these beautiful animals now as animals which we should be looking after. But of course, back in the day when the Indigenous people roamed these lands, they had this very close connection with the animals, and they only took the animals enough that they, as humans, could survive. They didn't just wipe out species. They allowed the species to multiply, and then they would use as just enough to keep the families alive and to allow that beautiful balance of nature to continue. So, as I said, they have the fish, they have the seals, many other different sea animals there. And on the land, the possums, the kangaroos, many other species of animals that they were able to use not only for food, but for the skins to make their clothing. And one of the treasured items that I know many Indigenous people have that have been handed down through the generations are the possum skin cloaks. And again, they only used enough so that the tribe had warmth during winter, because it does get quite cold down here in the southern part of Australia. And beautiful, if you ever see the ones that have been made by the past Indigenous people, they are the most beautiful things. And we look at those people who are guardians, who looked after the land for so many thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, when everything was in balance. Everything contributed to not only the humans living, but the animals, the birds, the fish. And it's a beautiful place. I'm honoured to be able to live here and to be able to connect with the souls and spirits of these Indigenous people. So again, as I was saying, this experience we had with these spirits coming forward was so enlightening. They shared with us their care for the land, their care for the animals, for the plants. They knew when they should burn particular areas to allow the seeds to come from the plants and then regenerate, so that the next season they had the seeds to be able to grind to make their particular type of bread. It's just an amazing history that we probably don't know enough about. But wherever you live in the world, I encourage you to look to the First Nations people, how they lived in the past in such a balanced and wonderful way. So just have that as your thought as you move forward over this next week with your planning under the new moon. And I look forward to seeing you in a week when we have another chat about interesting spiritual things on my show. So have a blessed week, and I look forward to seeing you then. Bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Mystic Medicine with Dr. Nikisha Faye. Dr. Nikisha Faye. Live from drnikki.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Mystic Medicine on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Everybody, welcome to Mystic Medicine. I am Dr. Nikisha Faye, Mystic Mentor, medicine woman, and higher realm guide. It's actually my honor and my privilege to be able to, facilitate the work, that I do. And, something that comes up time and time again is that so many of us are capable of deep insight. The main barrier that I see with the people that I work with is belief. And belief in the self is a huge one, but also belief in what's possible for them or for anybody in that way. And, how we perceive is exactly what we are able to bring into creation. And so, people will say, it's a really wonderful gift that you have to, be able to do, this level of work. And, the truth is I believe most of us can. And it really is about belief, but also courage, to have the courage to trust the information that's coming through. Like I remember, for a long time in my early practice as a naturopath, receiving information about things, and I'd be like, I can't tell them that. They'll think I'm mad. They're going to want to know how I know that, why I know that, all the things. And it was really only me not having courage that didn't allow, what's available to me to be the way it is now until I allowed it to be so. And so it's almost like so many of us are just stuck on the starting block. And until we allow ourselves to go deeper and to trust and to follow our intuitive nudges, that's when it gets stronger. It's like a muscle. It's the more that we use it, the easier it gets to use as well. And then the more we allow, the more we start to recognize is actually available to us. I remember when I was first, from my academic side, my academic brain, it'd be like, okay, I can't ignore this anymore. And my awareness was like, and I'd be like, okay, I'll let in all this extra information. And I'd be like, oh, wow, this is kind of cool. Like, how am I going to work with this? How can this be useful for everyone? And, it wasn't until I let go of the need to control and the need to have answers to why of everything through the thinking mind as well, that all of a sudden all of this other level of information, is available. And it was interesting. I just wrote a post about it this morning. If you're enjoying my transmissions and my work, please do jump on the social media. If you're on social media, I have the School for Metaphysical Practice, which is my school, which I share a lot of teachings through, all the way through to practitioner training. And I was sharing about the timeline split. And, a lot of people are talking about it now because there's a whole lot of us that are doing the inner work to awaken and to create differently in the world. And then there's a whole lot of us that are still doing the same thing, like not ready or willing or whatever reason to awaken or to even entertain that, things can be different. And, it's always choice. There's no right or wrong about that. But what's happening is the more evolved those of us who are choosing a path of evolution become, the more obvious it is for those who are not choosing to evolve. And, what the guides talk about is it's painful, right? Like, we love these people. And a lot of the time they are our dear families. But because we're all sovereign beings, we can't make anyone wake up. We can't make anyone see things that they're not ready or willing to see. And so part of the mastery on this other new evolved, new earth timeline potential that a lot of us are, are working through now, even if it's in and out, but we're aware that it's there, is the mastery of this is to be okay with this, to allow the old world to just be as it is, because there's nothing we can do about it anyway. And the pain that it causes us trying to make people wake up, it actually lowers our frequency. And so we get entangled back in the old world dynamics as well. So to stabilize this higher frequency reality, we really need to examine acceptance and tolerance. It doesn't mean we have to agree with them, but they don't have to agree with us. And that's fine. Allowing everybody to be on their own soul journey in their own time is what helps us to stabilize this higher frequency matrix that's coming more and more online for us. And I'm very excited about. And I'm sure you are too. If you're coming to this level of transmissions, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But we have Christine here. Hello, lovely Christine. Are you there?
Hey, yes, I am. Hello.
Hey, hi,
Can you hear
hi.
me?
Yes.
Hi.
Yes. Hey, was there anything particularly that you wanted to bring forward today, or have any questions about anything?
Especially when you're talking about awakening and choosing, and I'm not in resistance to other people not waking up or even what's happening in the world. It's more the individual process of my health, feeling like that's in the way of my awakening, and I know it's probably there for the purpose of it. But if I can't get to, I can't. I feel like the root is evading me of coming to peace with it.
Yeah, definitely. And, you're 100% right that, what ends up projecting out into the world through our physical is signposts for us about what's happening in our inner world. So where there are things in our subconscious, that's out of alignment in that way. So was there anything particularly that you were looking at, or do you just want me to do a field reading?
Yeah, well, it's showing up as autoimmune, which is, just overreaction. And again, it's more that in the reaction to the internal within me. Generally just tell me what's coming up. Maybe that'll be helpful.
Yeah, beautiful. And, because I always like to empower and teach at the same time, being the teacher archetype, is so when we think about, so I'll help you to understand it a little bit more deeply. The thing about autoimmune is it's regulated by our thymus gland. And so our thymus gland is in our heart space. It's the same energy as, the energy of our heart space. And so what our heart space teaches us about is about compassion, about tolerance, acceptance, all of those sorts of things. And so when we think about autoimmune, is actually attacking the self. And so is there a pattern there, even if it's subconscious for you, but you might have it in your awareness, where there might be an old habit of you picking on yourself?
it's very interesting. Like I've been on this path for decades, right? And I'm also a teacher and a spiritual healer, and it's so hard for me to see my own pattern.
Yeah.
It's not obvious where I'm hurting myself, except when I see the food, and I know that I follow the Course in Miracles, so I know it's not an attack with food. The food has nothing to do with it. So I would love some insight into this.
Yeah. So, sorry, excuse me for a second. And so, what it feels like is there's an ancestral weaving in it from your mother line. So it feels like there's a pattern there around there's a belief that the world is harsh. The world is a harsh place. And then, stemming from that around how maybe there's something you're not doing right in the world for why it's turning out the way that it is. Can you relate to that?
Well, I'm the black sheep, right? So I'm not the one that fits into the family. Like family seems to be very different than me.
And
I'm here visiting them right now. So, but again, we've all, there's this big acceptance finally of, of who I am and who they are, and it's been that way for for a while. But I just don't know where to go from here.
Yeah. So, what happens with these family patterns? They're often woven through the DNA, and so that DNA projects that same field of information out into the world, so that we actually do have experiences for our evolution. That's the greater reality, is that these things are there for us to grow through. And so by you being in a family where they're not like you actually helps you to strengthen the resolve of who you be, and coming back to that self-acceptance and not needing that acceptance, from the external as well.
Right. Yeah, my favorite saying is, it's happening for me, not to me.
Yes. And it's like, so that beautiful awareness, how we can actually bring that into the lived experience by examining the depth of your belief in that. Because we often find there's these beautiful wisdom sayings and we go, and then you know how they keep growing and they land deeper and they land deeper and they just keep landing deeper. The more that you kind of explore, that sort of pattern. And so just let me tune in, and we'll get you a practice that, can help you. So what we're going to do first is I'll get you to imagine you turning around and you've got your mother line standing behind you all in light. And there's a golden cord that's woven through. Can you connect with that?
Yes.
And so what I'll get you to do is just imagine you're gently pulling the cord towards you, and it's just unthreading that belief that the world's a harsh place. And it feels like that pattern of belief is what has heightened your sensitivity coming into the world, because that threaded belief that it is harsh. Yeah.
And scary.
And
like
so,
it was not, my mom never felt safe.
Yeah. And so as you gently just keep pulling that thread, that golden cord, you're just releasing the ancestors from that pattern as well. Because what's happened a lot of the time with these patterns is they just get repeated because they get mirrored. when we're young, because we just see that behavior and then we just take on those beliefs without knowing as well. And so the cord is stopping at your grandmother, actually, and she's just holding it. So it's her in light. I'm just going to give you a moment because she's got a message for you.
Okay.
Just open to receive. Are you able to receive something?
The only thing that I'm hearing is I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I love you. I set you free. Because it's not your pattern.
And it's not your fault.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not your fault. It's not your pattern.
Yeah.
And then so, yeah, beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And then so she lets go of the rope now and it passes through your mum in light. And your mum just smiles at you, a twinkle in her eye. She knows you're here to break the patterns for the family. Her higher self knows that.
Yeah, she knows. It's very beautiful. Thank you.
And now the cord dissolves. And it dissolves all the way into the back of your heart space. It's beautiful golden sparkles from that cord just start to fill all through your energy, just seeing the beautiful sparkly gold. What this is doing is helping to rewrite that story, because it never was yours. It's a pattern now that you can just be aware of without it having to play out for you.
Mm-hmm. That'd be nice.
Yeah. And so now as you breathe into your beautiful heart space, getting more gold. So just seeing that beautiful gold spiraling through your heart space. So this beautiful dimensional metallic gold is here. It's a Christed ray. The gold is a Christed ray. And what it's doing is it's bringing you a deeper understanding of who you be and why you've come. Just breathing into that. And what that's doing is just gently sending ripples out from that, just harmonizing in your energy any thought that there's something wrong with you for being different, because it's not true.
I'm having some real congestion on the right side. The left side is much easier to breathe into. Not that there's anything wrong, but it just feels a little more collapsed or heavier on the right side.
Yeah, so just bringing some more of that sparkly energy through there.
Thank you. Yeah.
And so if you keep working with these energies for the next couple of weeks, just sitting with that beautiful gold energy from your heart and seeing that overflow, and then the beautiful gold sparkles around in your energy. And as you simply sit in those energies, breathing through your beautiful heart space, and allowing yourself to access the gift that you are in your uniqueness.
Mm-hmm.
Really allow yourself that grace. Acknowledge the gift that you are for your uniqueness while you're breathing these golden energies every day for 5 minutes for the next few weeks. That'll help to repattern that. Right.
That's very powerful.
All right, I have to fly. We've got another caller, but sit with those energies. Yeah, and enjoy. Yay, no worries.
Bye.
Bye. Jackie, sorry, time goes so fast.
Hello.
Hi, what would you like to bring forward?
To be honest, anything that possibly comes your way.
Right. We're going to sit with, just got more of this beautiful golden energy coming forward for you. And so where it's centering for you is around your heart and solar plexus.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's kind of right in the middle of your torso. And what it's helping to do there is to harmonize this capacity for you to also honor yourself as much as you honor others. So valuing your time for you as much as you do for other people. And so it feels like there's an imbalance there with that. It feels like you have this tendency to be doing everything for everybody else first at the expense of often what you desire to do for yourself. Can you resonate with that?
Mm-hmm.
Just going to breathe those beautiful golden energies. And, you know, whilst it's beautiful to be in support of others, but when we...
Yes, it definitely.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing to do. But what happens is when it becomes to be at the expense of the self, that we become depleted. Mm-hmm. And then we're not really good to anybody when we're running on empty.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's okay to spend time on yourself. It's actually really important. It's really important to do that, to spend time for yourself as well, because, you know, not only can there's more of us to give from a place of overflow than it is from us trying to keep giving from a place of depletion. And it becomes no fun as well. When we give until there's nothing left, it becomes no fun. And you want it to be fun. Life's too short to be running on empty all the time.
Short.
Yeah, totally. And so, you know, your beautiful spirit guides that are in light would love to see you honor yourself in some way much more often. Is there something that, you know, something that you really enjoy that you keep putting in the back burner because there just doesn't seem to be enough time?
Maybe not. I'm not really sure.
Yeah. So what sort of things do you enjoy doing? What's your favorite?
What do I like doing? I like spending time to myself, going out, shopping alone.
Yeah.
Being by myself.
Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful. What sort of other things you like doing?
Working alone, like being by myself, doing school by myself, certain like different type of things.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So do you tend to spend more time by yourself?
Yeah, I would say so, most likely.
Yeah, so maybe that's where the imbalance is. There's some imbalance around
Maybe.
that. Yeah. And so, is there a reason for why you tend to prefer your own company than that of others?
Less people, less drama, just be by yourself, don't have to worry about other things.
Yeah. Okay, so what it feels like is that bringing a little bit more balance to that, because by having a belief that, everything else outside could be a potential drama, it's actually limiting that changing at all.
Did you see anything with my grandmother?
Your grandmother. Yeah, so it feels like that she does come in from time to time for you.
Mm-hmm.
But it also feels like that because there's that sort of cocoon around you, that there's not an openness in your energy to be able to, allow her presence to be more known for you.
Mm.
Yeah, there's definitely something there. So we've just got a couple of minutes left, but what I'd really love for you to do is work with this golden energy just in the space between your heart and your solar plexus. So if you can imagine a beautiful golden light between your heart and your solar. Yeah, a golden light. A golden metallic sparkly type of light between your heart and your solar plexus. And as you gently breathe into that, just allowing that energy just to create a little bit more space. It feels like there's this energy restriction between you being in the world and the sense of self. So if you work with this golden energy, but we're going to have to pop off because the next person's on. But if you work with that golden energy and allow that to move out through your energy and work with that every day for a couple of weeks, and maybe open the door a little bit to allowing others in your life, that's going to help for you to have a more well-rounded experience.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Supernatural Living with Danny Borasco. Live from NewWorldServices.org. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Supernatural Living on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am Danielle Borascova, and as always, I'm excited to be here with you. How's everyone doing? These energies, whatever is going on astrologically, is just so intense. Now, again, I don't know much about astrology, but I'm a water sign, and from what I'm hearing, this seems to be affecting us water signs a little bit more. I'm not sure, but whatever it is. So I'd love to hear your comments. How are you feeling? Are you noticing this? Is this doing anything different for you nowadays? Sometimes it enhances our intuition, and sometimes it just throws everyone for a loop. So I'm curious to know. So today, we're going to do something a little different. I am inviting a very dear friend of mine to join me, and we're going to discuss supernatural living. So we are going to get into life as mediums and a little bit of our personal experiences in the world of mediumship and the psychic phenomenon that we live in. So this is something that I've been excited to talk about, and just going to put it out there. I do feel a bit vulnerable, but what we're doing right now is we are bringing awareness into extrasensory perception, gut feelings, intuition, highly sensitive people, just all of these things that really pertain to the majority of us. Some of us experience it more so than others, but there has been a outdated stigma surrounding this. I know I've been called Miss Cleo before, and it's done. It's done. Those days are done. So on that note, I would love to bring her in. So Deborah, are you with us?
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Hello. So I have my beautiful friend, psychic medium, Deborah Meck, on the phone. Deborah, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can.
Thank you so much for joining us. And I know this was a bit of a impromptu, and it's always a pleasure to connect with you. So today, it is an absolute joy to be able to bring some illumination to our lives as psychic mediums, and maybe go a little bit further behind the scenes as what does our daily life actually look like. It's kind of funny. It's highs, lows, wows, and all those things. So let's start there. Deborah, what do you think?
Yes, indeed. I'm getting the image, Danny, of a live wire. It's walking around like an open antenna and receiving messages impromptu. It can be standing in the grocery store line and you get a message for the person in front of you, and you decide whether it's appropriate or not to deliver this message. Always being respectful of other people's boundaries. So it's intense and it's really fun, as you know, to be this conduit, this middle person receiving and delivering.
Absolutely. And you just reminded me of an instance where I was in a particular situation. I was in a bit of a bind. And this was before I was starting my professional mediumship. And it was spontaneous. It was hit or miss. Sometimes they'd come, sometimes I would hear them, right? And sometimes not so much. But I was in a bit of a bind, and all the odds were against me. I was purchasing a house, actually. So everything was against me. And I had this powerful, undeniable feeling run through me with such clarity and insistence that I just had a quick, what do you have to lose? Let's go. And I followed the spiritual guidance. I followed the guidance, and I said, hey, to this woman, we're in a business relationship here. And I said, hey, do you recognize this name? I don't even think I said that, honestly. Wait a minute. I said, I have so-and-so with me. They would like to say this, this, and this. And I did it that way because I was nervous about my situation, and then nervous about what was happening. So I just put it out there, like, here it is. I'm handing it over. And obviously the look on her face was just, it said it all. Yes, she knew it was a brother who had passed. And the message it wasn't a long message, but she did listen, and all the facts were there. The evidence was there. And we just looked at each other, both of us shocked. Me, like, that was a good one. That was a clear message. And why now? Just in this weird timing, like out in the driveway, deciding, about this house and everything. And then her not expecting this, but there was this moment of, should I? Shouldn't I? We have to use that discernment, right? And something just, we have that as mediums, something just comes right through, either with a full-blown push or something undeniable to say it's divine time, whether it's their time or our time. And it worked out. Long story, let's make this shorter, right? This was a deciding factor in the purchasing deal with my house. Like I said, I didn't meet all the criteria, but when I had brought that through, she had shared it with a family member, and it was just like, okay, I don't know, but okay, you got the deal. You got the deal. So the guidance that we personally get as mediums from them is so profound. It's all the time. So we know that we differentiate. We've had to work hard on differentiating imagination versus message. And now you explain it a lot better than me. Do you want to talk a little bit about our clairs and how we receive this information?
Sure, absolutely. And while you were describing that fabulous story, I had this image of her guides, their guides, the family, working with your guides, going, okay, how can we create this deal? And so they give you this message to deliver to her. So it's like this beautiful square with the two different guidance teams in one corner and you and she down at the bottom corner. So I really love that story. Thank you. So with the clairs, for our listeners, that's CLAIRE, French word meaning clear. And we mainly think of clairvoyance when we're discussing this at first. And voyer is another French word meaning to see. So clairvoyance means clear seeing. And this pertains to the type of ability that someone might have. Just like in schools, we have different learning styles. Some people are visual, some people are auditory, some people are kinesthetic. So each of us with our extrasensory perceptions also have predominant styles as well. So someone with clairvoyance might get messages and images through dreams. They might meet someone for the first time and have a movie snippet flash in front of their eyes about this person's life. So it's a way of using your visual acuity, your visual sixth sense to ascertain information. And then, of course, we have clairaudience, which would be clear hearing, clear olfactory, clear smelling, clear cognizance, where you just know something, you don't know how you know it, but you just do. And then clear senses, which is the empathy, as well as when your body receives those signals as messages.
Now, that's a big one. So for everyone, Deborah and I were together last night, and after our time together, Deb, I didn't get to share this with you. I left, I went out to start cooking dinner, and when I walked out into my home, it was quiet, and I started feeling this tingling in the back of my neck. And for me, that's a unusual sign that they're here, but it is like this tickle tingling. And I started feeling that, and then a little bit of popping in my ears. And then the sound like a radio is playing in the background. The sound like there is like someone left the TV on in the other room. And this has happened before, whether it sounds like even a baseball game or a party, something like that. Now, I'm not tuned in yet to be able to listen, I guess, to make out what's being said. I'm not really sure what's happening. So I'd really like to ask you, with this clairaudience, but the clairaudience in the situation of where it sounds like something like that, what is your experience, or what is your opinion on that? That would be different than our receiving our messages and hearing sort of from that way.
Yes.
And I think it's cool when it happens. I don't know.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Oh, no, I just think it's so cool when it happens, because it's a supernatural thing that it's wild.
Yes, and I love the supernatural that you're bringing to us. And let me ask you, when you felt the tingling in the back of the neck, did you have a good feeling about it, or any sense of foreboding?
That's a great question. I had a good feeling. I had a giddy, excited, welcoming, like I knew it. I recognized the feeling, and I said, "Oh, it's happening." It was unexpected, but I knew it when it happened. And then when I started to hear that sound coming in and getting louder, I was excited. I was really excited about it. So I don't know why it only happens to me periodically. And do you know, does it happen to mediums regularly? And is that something that would be developed where we would be able to hear a conversation, or what is that?
Yes, it seems like indeed that would be a case where there was an attempt to contact you, for conversation. You did receive that contact. And what I find interesting is that it occurred for you as a radio station, and here we are on the radio.
Exactly.
So I'm
I had to break it up.
Was a premonition.
Yeah, it sounds like someone left the radio on in the other room, and I could hear just the snippets of it, enough to hear the radio announcer's voice, like it's going on, but not clearly. So that for us, I know that differentiates between the clairaudience of when we're sitting down doing a session or sharing, messages directly with someone. I receive that hearing, clear hearing, differently. Not in the sense of hearing something outside of me. This sounded like it was more in the environment, like in the static, in the static in the air around me, if that makes sense.
Yes, it definitely does. And I was picking up on that staticky feeling. And what you're describing are the various ways that someone might receive messages through clairaudience. Sometimes it can be something in the airwaves, as you said. Other times it can be your own internal voice. I've had examples where I've been given a word and then heard the pronunciation of a word. And then there have been times where I've literally had to turn around to say, who said that? And a big story about that, when I was faced with a difficult choice to continue my studies, and I knew I was going to walk out of the college admissions office without signing up to complete my teaching credentials. And I heard this voice, because inside I'm going, I can't do this. She gave me a list of things I had to complete, and it felt like this huge parchment scroll unfolded, and I'm like, I can't do this. And I knew I was going to leave and not do it, and I heard this voice behind me go, yes, we can. And I'm like, what? I turned around, and of course there's nobody there. And I went back, facing this person, and she's, continuing to speak to me about the requirements. And again, I'm going, I can't do this. And I heard the voice again, even louder. And then I realized that it was, whether we consider it, my higher self or guidance or, spirit or God or, ascended master. I realized that it was something bigger than myself, and that it was a voice and a message to be trusted. And I didn't know how it was going to happen or what was going to happen. I just knew that I needed to move forward step by step with this project. So that's another way that we can experience it. So yes, all kinds of different ways to receive the clairauditory messages.
I love it. And so let's touch upon the signs, the other signs and synchronicities that they send to us. And sometimes even when we're not listening to our physical signs, the clairs and stuff like that, we're like, no, we have to go. We just shrug it off a little bit, and maybe we're headed in the wrong way. And there's like a sign. Sometimes there's, okay, we get in the car, we want to ignore it. Literally, we drive down the road and it's on the billboard. It's on the billboard. Yeah. There's something like that. So, I mean, there's all different variations of that one. For example, I'll say like, I heard something, and then I'm rushing out, and I get to a store, and the person in front of me is like saying it out loud right in front of me. You need to go home, and something to someone they're talking to. And I'm like, come on. In a good way, but it's fascinating, right? There's so many of those signs.
Yeah.
So, what would you want to share about those? Because that's pretty everyday, and that's pretty wild.
Yes, I love that. And I can imagine, all your other listeners going, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. So it's really fun talking about this. I definitely love the billboard messages. For about a year, I was working with this one billboard, to put it that way. And every morning on the way to work, I would check the message. And when the advertisement would change with a new message, I knew it was going to be showing up in my life. In this case, it was a particular relationship issue I was working on. And so not only was it coming in as guidance, I know, it was also confirmation. And I love that. And another thing you made me think of is that there's a way to know whether that message is for us or not. Like, that example where you hear someone else talking, but that message is for you. There's usually, for me, an almost intangible feeling in the essence around me when that occurs. It's almost like, a dog's ears will perk up to hear a sound that we can't hear. So there's almost like an atmospheric change that gets my attention to know that this message is meant for me, almost like an echo around it. Yeah.
That's a great point. That is such a great point. So this goes beyond woo-woo, which is great. I mean, I'm all about that. But this is actually, there's science-backed evidence that is now available that shows what the body is picking up. Hey, it's remote viewing. I see something over here that I had no way of seeing. I couldn't have known that. All these different things. So messages pertaining to us, and us taking that guidance, like we take the guidance, there it is, there's a result. So it's a bit of a hard phenomenon for me to explain per se, but there's definitely a knowing, and it's not just a wishful thinking. It's a definitive knowing. It reminds me of that gut feeling, because that's something that's almost everyone can relate to. So, or chills, if you get chills, about something. So yeah, our body is so much more. You talked about it in the beginning. If you had called us a satellite, a human satellite, we pick up so much, or human antenna, right? We pick up so much through our senses, and we discard most of it because obviously we're walking, living, being people. So we don't want to be so far out there, but there's a lot. And think about it, when we just talked about like a dog or different animals like that, they sense things from miles away. So that's something. That's something else. So thinking about us, we know that everyone has the ability to tap into extrasensory perception, to expand their reality as we know it. And so, Deborah, as we close this out, what last message would you like to just share real quick with our listeners out there who are wondering, is this wishful thinking? Deborah, could you sum it up in a few seconds? Is this wishful thinking, or is this woo-woo? Or yeah.
Absolutely. And the message loud and clear is trust yourself. Trust yourself. Trust yourself.
Thank you so much, Deborah, for being on with us today.
Thank you, Danny, for having
me. We appreciate it. And for everyone out there, you can find our information. We'll link it to this, and reach out to us if you want to have a conversation, or if you'd like to schedule a reading with one of us. We're here to support you. And on that note, be well. See you next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live tonight from the city of New York, where we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to look through the magical window of the tarot. I've got my trusty tarot cards here, and they're ready to go. I was just thinking about how long I've been doing this. I've been doing this since the early 80s. It was something like 1982. I sublet an apartment after a trial marriage I had. Somebody tampered with the jury, let's just put it that way. And the marriage didn't work out, so I was somewhere else. And there was only one book in this apartment that I sublet, and it was Waite's book, A Pictorial Guide to the Tarot, which is a terrible book, by the way. I mean, a lot of people buy that because it looks like it's going to be a nice, easy thing to understand, but it's very obscurantistic, if that is still a word. It was a word in the Victorian age, but it might not be now. In any case, there's a lot of stuff that's just goes off the deep end in terms of hiding things. But it was a good start, and it confused me to the point where I decided to look into it more. And there you go. Ultimately writing my own tarot book called, believe it or not, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, just like this show. I had a nice week, an eventful week in terms of innovation. I went into my laboratory. Now, for those of you who didn't know that I have a laboratory, I don't. It's my kitchen, But am I shuffling these cards backwards here? Yeah, I got some of them all mixed up. Well, that's going to be a lot of fun tonight. That should be interesting. And I some of you know, because I incessantly plug it, I have my own brand of shaving soap, and I did that for a reason, which is there used to be several brands of shaving soap that were quite foamy and good and simple. Not filled with scents and oils and things that are unnecessary. That I used to use those, and there were 3 of them, and they were very affordable. And then inflation hit, and they went out of business. One of the companies was Williams Shaving Soap, which was the first shaving soap made for a mug back in the 1800s, and so we lost that. And what we were left with was kind of expensive stuff. And so I started making my own soap, and I wasn't quite happy with the results. So I've been tinkering with it. And now I'm going to show you what I got here, because I kind of like this. This is, if you get the soap, it comes in a little can. And look at this. It's a thicker soap now, and it's almost transparent. It's quite translucent, and it is, well, it's foamy as hell, and I like it a lot. I used it, and I had a blast using it. It came out, it exceeded my expectations, this formula that I cobbled together. And there it is. There's, and now I'll tell you something else. This is now, not only is it bigger in a sense that it's larger than the other soap I made, but it weighs the same, strangely enough. And it doesn't use up as much when you whip it up to foam it, so it lasts longer. Now here's the funny part. It's it's easier to make, so it's simple. So I knocked $2 off the price. It was $6.99 for a piece of my shaving soap, and now it's going to be $4.99. You can see all that at mojoacademy.org. There's stuff there about the changes that'll be coming as I roll this out. But it's better. It's lasts longer. And it's cheaper. What more do you want, right? So this is what I was looking for, because I didn't, I've never paid $19 for a piece of shaving soap in my life, and I wouldn't ask anyone else to do it too. And I tell you the truth, I was a little bit not happy charging what I did charge for it. But now, because of the changes I made, and I was just delighted to see how well it turned out, that I'm going to knock off $2. I think $4.99 is decent for that, and it'll last quite a while. So keep an eye on mojoacademy.org for that. And that was the high point of my week. To give you a rough idea of what my life is like in old age, is that I get aroused by turning on making soap. In my late teens, I was making beer and wine. That made me quite popular. I don't know how popular shaving soap would make me, because only 5% of men shave using a shaving soap. And even fewer using a shaving soap and a straight razor. So, I'm just like, as you could guess, I'm rather on the old-fashioned side. So there it is, right? So that's it. That's our soap, and because it's clear, I think I'll just rather pompously name it Cristal. But why not, right? So anyway, it's good to be back. I think this is my third week back, which is good, because I had a rough time earlier in the year, and I missed a bunch of shows. I missed shows after April 28th or so, and I hate doing that, but I also hate not being able to give 100% to a show. And that's important to me. And if I can't get near 100%, I won't do it. I'll just not waste everybody's time. But here I am, and let's see, is there anything else new to report? I don't think so. No, nothing new. Maybe when Halloween gets closer, I'll have some stuff to talk about, because that's our time of year. I've been mailing out some custom talking boards. I can't call them that other name because that's a trademark, but I do have. You go to mojoacademy.org and look at the custom talking boards, and you'll see I can make one for you that fits your specifications. It's and see these boxes behind me here. That's books and things that are all ready to go out to people. This is I'm talking to you from my warehouse. Oh boy, my laboratory, my warehouse. What the heck do I live in? Anyway, we're here now in the middle of November, which is actually the end of May, but it's like November out here in New York. It's dark, it's cold, it's rainy. This is crazy. This is just insane. I really want some of that global warming I keep hearing about, because it's cold here, and it's dank and dark, and that's why Halloween was on my mind, I guess. So anyway, enough of this. Let's make up for lost time. And I have the cards all shuffled up, as you saw. In fact, I messed them up a bit, but there you go. And I've got. If I sound a little peculiar now and then, it's because I'm trying to not have the hiccups. Did you ever try to not have the hiccups? That's very funny. And how many illnesses or afflictions do we still apply the word "the" to? Like, we don't hear about he has the cold. We do hear the flu, the measles. There's another one I won't mention, but that's knocked out with penicillin. There's all kinds of bizarre stuff. But no, the lumbago. Does anyone get that anymore? I sure do, but I don't know. I don't call it the lumbago. I call it ouch, and start yelling and screaming. Anyway, we're back, and I'm feeling actually alive and vitalized. And this is what I am like. I am the fruit of modern medical science. So there you go. There. At any given moment, I'm like a couple of weeks away from being dead, but they can move that goalpost by constantly treating me. Think about that. That's something fascinating. And I've met a lot of interesting people. I've met a lot of annoying people. I've met a lot of unhappy people. I've met a lot of people who are fine and happy and just dealing with what's in the cards for all of us. And now, if you want to know where that expression comes from about something being in the cards, it's tarot. So let's ring a bell 3 times now so that we can declare sacred space and get to the first caller. How's that? Ready? And let's go to Ashley in Layton, Utah. Hi, Ashley. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi,
Hi, how are you tonight, Ashley?
I'm doing good.
Well, maybe we can make that a little better. What can I look at for you tonight?
Just guidance, future.
Okay, well, let's see what we've got here. The first card I have at the top of the deck is after I shuffle them, is the 3 of Cups. That is, do you have any plans, or is there something you're working on, something you want to do?
Just trying to love myself.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a worthy project. Your product. The minute you become a product, you're going to have problems with the law. But no, the reason I mention that is because the cups are about emotions and feeling and love and self. Look, I've run into too many people who hate themselves, and there's these little tapes that play in our head all the time, that say, you're not good enough. Who are you to do this? And it really. People put that, the clinical psychologists will say that we are all living in a post-hypnotic trance induced in early childhood. And that's part of it, this idea of being worthless. I knew somebody whose parents were divorced when he was very young. And when parents divorce, a little kid can blame him or herself. So this kid asked his grandmother, his wise old grandmother, said, did mom and dad break up because of me? And his grandmother said, yes, it was only because of you. Now, this ruined him for years. So it's not funny, the things that we say to kids, even if we're joking. There's certain things we don't want to joke about. But the card that I got here that I mentioned for you is the 3 of Cups, which is the completion of a matter in plenty, which means that what you're setting out to do, you're going to succeed, and it's going to be very rewarding for you. Very rewarding for you. And it's a very good card. It's a decent card that shows that you're on the right track. And you didn't really mention anything about the emotional aspect of this until you told me about it, and I already had this card. So there is, of course, does that make sense? You didn't mention it until you told me about it. I'm losing my syntax, folks. That's and the syntax I think is about 20% now. In any event, I need a rim shot for that. Wait a minute. There you go. So. Let's just shuffle this up and see how you're going to do on your emotional journey for yourself. How's that? Would you like to look at that?
Yes, I would love that.
Okay. What I've got now is the 2 of Swords, which tells me that you feel that you're kind of stuck in one place. Do you feel that? No movement one way or the other? Okay, well,
yeah,
that can be pretty frustrating, but no movement one way or the other certainly is better than bad movement. So, you've got time. That's followed by the 10 of Coins, and that's an interesting card about happiness and joy and tradition and family and ancestors and seeing yourself as part of the whole line that you've descended from. And all these people are on your side, the ancestors. So this is a very good sign here. The next card I have for you is the Temperance card, which is about balance. If you feel that your life is out of balance, this card represents the return of balance in your life. And that will be good. That's what you want. And of course, there's a cup on that card. You see, the angel in this card is holding a cup. The first card I told you about was the 3 of Cups. And now the next card I have is the Ace of Cups, which tells me that it's the beginning of good stuff for you emotionally. Usually in tarot, we assign that to romance, but that's only because so many people ask about romance.
Yeah.
But overall, it's about emotion. It's about emotions. Now, you're the thing is this. There's the Eight of Cups again. Wow, you see, emotion is very important to you. Am I correct?
Yes, very.
Feelings. I know that they like to say that, women have feelings and men have rational thoughts, but life is certainly not that simple. And there are some of us of any sex who are emotion based, and there's others who are simply rational based, and it could happen to anybody. But I'm getting here because this is the Eight of Cups, and I have 1, 2, 3. That's 3 cards I got for you in the suit of cups, plus 1 card that has a cup on it. So to me, I'm seeing that it's telling me that emotions and your emotional existence is very important to you, and you're working to nurture that. And that's the thing you mentioned, that you're a journey of self-discovery. Would you say it is, or self-improvement? Because this is the card.
Yes, definitely.
That's the card right here. It's the Eight of Cups. That shows a person leaving what isn't working for her in life and going to the things that are working. But that's very upbeat. That's a very good thing to do. Breaking bad habits. And oh, well, look at this. See, I got that same card again. The one I started with, I have again. The 3 of Cups. And I shuffled the cards in the middle there. So that's kind of a message then for that to show up one more time. So yeah, and again, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 cards here reflecting the nature of cups. Now let's see if I pull one more. Let's see. No, well, this is the Eight of Swords. I'll put that with the Two of Swords because they're essentially the same in this regard. Is that you're feeling stuck? You're not feeling any movement. But the Three of Swords, as I said, the traditional language of that card is the completion of a matter in plenty. So it looks to me that you are going to have some action in movement in your life towards the goal that you want, and you're going to do very well with it. In fact, there's the card that I was hoping to get is the Sun, which is a card of healing and health and happiness and growth. Very, very good, very well done. And I think that if you can just get through this period where you feel stuck and where there's no motion, if you can get through that, you will be fine. Okay, just don't let it get you down.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, it's going to get you a bit down. I mean, there's nothing. I'm not saying ignore your feelings. That of course is worse than not having feelings. Is to have them and ignore them. I mean, we have an evolutionary advantage over feelings because of feelings, and it's good. Like one of the things that it's just a personal thing for me is how people try to train anger out of children. Don't you raise your voice to me, young lady, and things like that. Because anger is important. Anger is the thing that tells you've been mistreated. And and now constant anger is rage, and that isn't any good. But I see that you are very in touch with your emotions, and you're acting on them, and you're acting on them in a positive way. I don't see any negativity here at all, and you're going to come out of this all right. That I get that from the Sun, the major card of the Sun, which is that you're going to get through this and be fine. So hang in there. You're on a very good path, and it's going to work for you.
Yay, that's awesome news. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling in. Bye-bye now.
Yeah. Bye.
And let's shuffle these up again. See if I can shuffle them without ruining the whole thing here. But that's a thing about feelings that I've written extensively about this in Reverend Elliot Explains It All. I'm just mentioning that not quite as a plug light, a plugette. But the fear is a big one, because I've written about extensively, not just in Reverend Elliot Explains It All, but in 2 forewords to a book that's 106 years old called Unmasking Fear, which is, these are all books at mojoacademy.org. I urge you to take a look there, just to see if anything piques your interest, because there's a book there that'll change your mind, maybe that too, but it'll change your life. I'm not interested in changing people's minds. That's why I don't argue with people. I mean, I have no dog in that hunt. It means nothing to me. I have no qualms about dealing with people whose opinions differ from mine, but what I'm concerned about are people who hurt themselves with the way they think, and that's not natural, and you're definitely not doing it out of choice. You're doing it because it was implanted in you, and fear is, again, that's the emotion that tells us that we're in danger. But constant fear is terror, and that can kill you. They found, I wrote about this during the pandemic, science has long known that when you're in a state of fear, your immune system shuts down. You will get sick. Because that blood and that energy is needed to go to your legs and your head. Your legs and your arms and your head. The head so you can see the situation clearly, your arms so that you can fight, and your legs so that you can run like hell and get out of there if you're really in danger. That's it. So this is one of the things I like about tarot, is that it covers the emotional gamut, and it shows people and validates their emotions, because so many people have said to me over the years, is this silly? And then they'll tell me how they feel, No, it's not silly. It's silly, by the way, is a very misunderstood word. It means empty. It means empty. One of the few places where you'll hear it used correctly, and nobody notices it, is in the movie North by Northwest, when the woman is holding a gun on Cary Grant, and he suddenly realizes that there's no bullets in it, and he refers to it as that silly gun. And whoever put that in there was rather arch, but that's what it means. It means empty. And you're not going to have empty feelings. You have these feelings for a moment, and they hit you, and they're there for a purpose. So please don't disregard them, but see if you can take command over them. And that's what things like Unmasking Fear, that book, that's what they're about. That's books like that are about. Let's see. Melissa in Batesville, Arkansas is next. Hi, Melissa. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing well. One of the nicest people I ever met was from Arkansas, and we had a wonderful conversation a couple of times. I said, well, because I accidentally mentioned something to him which was sort of offensive, but I'm a New Yorker, right? So I have no feelings about these things. Now, are you native to the South?
Yes.
Okay, well, then I'll tell you this, because this shocks people. I went to PS 87 here, the elementary school, where I always loved that place because I learned how to read there, and that my whole future opened up because of reading. The name of the school is the William Tecumseh Sherman School. Now, I don't have to explain to you why that upsets some people, right? That's. So I told him that, look, there was a lot of hysteria here in New York around the time of the War of Northern Aggression. And he just said, bless you for putting it that way. And it was, so I think I earned my way back, I think I did.
The well-known Southern thing of bless your heart.
Yes, but usually sarcastically, correct?
A lot of times, yes, but yes, yeah. It really makes you question it.
Yes, well, he was. He said he was so happy to hear a person up north refer to the War of Northern Aggression. So there you go, right?
Right. Yes.
So anyway, I always think of that conversation when I think of Arkansas. And I do think of Arkansas now and then. So what can I look at for you today?
You have to visit and see our Ozarks.
Oh, I would. I'd love to. I flew over it once,
Yes.
but that's not good enough,
Oh, no, no.
I was in an airplane, though, just to clarify things.
I started to say,
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear.
Yeah. So what would you like to look at in the cards?
Just some guidance, honey, if you don't mind.
Okay. Well, let's see. I'll shuffle them up and see what we get.
Okay.
One more here should do it. And I'll cut them. Oh, okay. Well, the King of Coins is here. And that's an interesting card on two levels in this case. And the Ace of Coins. Jeepers creepers. Well, looking for guidance, for asking me for guidance and getting there's money here. There's big money here. The King of Coins is my card. That's the significator for somebody my age, a male my age, roughly. So, yeah, it's and my birth date. So, yeah, that card could indicate me, but it also indicates that you're very good with money. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, because
I have no choice.
yeah, you tell me about it. I mean, I've known people who were terrible with money, and and I don't mean like they were irresponsible. They were just not there.
Right.
There was a woman I knew who was an airline stewardess, so maybe it was jet lag, but she used to use credit cards until the credit card was refused, and then she'd use another one. She had no idea what she was spending ever. So she got into problems with her money that way. But yeah, I would say anybody who's paying attention would have to pick up some skill with a dollar here. But you're doing good with that. This is good. This is good. This is the guidance is that it can mean that there's money coming towards you. But the main thing is that that's a strength for you. Here's another one, the Eight of Coins. See, there's three cards here, and they're all coins. Like the previous person got all cups. The Eight of Coins refers to starting a new job or a new phase of a job or a new assignment. But whatever it is, it's something new that you will maybe be kind of like an apprentice at. But you will pick it up and you will succeed and you will be rewarded.
That's great to hear.
That shows me that you're a person of great skill and it's going to go out very well for you.
Good.
Okay.
That's good
now,
to hear.
Since I began with the King of Coins, the next card is the Queen of Coins. That's really interesting. Now, here's another one, the Page of Swords. Swords are mental activity, and the pages are the appearance of something new in that field. So this tells me that your thinking is changing. Your mental outlook in life is changing. It's growing. So are you going through that now, right? Now, a change?
Yes, I think it may be the age thing, but yeah.
Well, let's hope. They claim we get wisdom. I'm still waiting, but I'm not.
That's like me waiting for the middle-age spread.
Yeah,
I keep wanting to gain weight my whole life, and everybody keeps saying, "Oh, when you hit 40." Well, I don't know where it's at.
Well, I was grotesquely fat when I was in my 30s, and then I dropped. I lost all that weight. I was sick of it, so I stopped. I
tell you, one extreme to the other is just as bad as the. I mean, it just depends on the person and what Yeah.
I've just kept it nice and even these days. I hope.
Yeah.
We'll see. So here's the overall in terms of guidance for you is this card, which is the World, which is assured success. You'll be okay. You're going to do all right. Under that, I have a card, the Chariot. Now, these are two major cards, so they're important. The Chariot shows me that you can handle situations that would be deemed stressful by ordinary mortals. Because this is a person who has got a white horse and a black horse. One goes this way, one goes that way, and she is there holding the reins, keeping it together, and you're good with that. So that's good to know.
That
So yeah, I
sounds
think
about right. I'm glad to hear I'm doing a good job.
yeah, I see it good here. Good stuff here. The page of coins again. Always money here with you. That's the page of swords and the page of coins, which tells me that whatever this idea that you're working on with the way that your mind is growing and changing is you're going to make money out of that. You're going to put that to profitable use. These people would be
It's always a
smart to stay
positive.
around you. You know that that's what I see.
Don't you tell everyone that.
Yeah. There you go. So it's going well. There's one other thing. It's the Ace of Rods. You have the aces and the pages. These are about beginnings, and the rods is about career. So there's the possibility that you may be doing something new in terms of your work life. This fits in with the Eight of Coins that I mentioned. It's about starting something new, but you're headed for some changes because of the way your mind is growing and changing. So I think it's all positive, not a negative thing in the bunch here. Yeah, here's the Wheel of Fortune, which tells me that things are changing for you, and that's followed up by the Ten of Coins, which is a card of perfected happiness. So there you go.
Great.
I think you're going to do fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
I question sometimes.
I know. Sometimes I wonder what the plan is, and why.
Right.
But if I keep that up, I'm going to end up in a roadshow of Fiddler on the Roof or something, So
there you go.
But, I'm not going to walk around singing "If I Was a Rich Man," But anyway, it was a pleasure talking to you.
And you too. And you have a good evening. You're
headed for some very good times. Bye-bye now.
Great. I'm ready. Bye-bye.
Bye. And look at that. We've rounded the corner of the first half of the show. You see how fast things move when we have a good time here. Now, if you don't have a good time now, I want to know why you're bothering even to listen. If it's that bad, right? I don't know. I just enjoy this. You have no idea. I mean, I've never really... I mean, the closest I came was when I wrote the book, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. I dedicated it to the Ask One radio audience because you people really turned my life around in many ways. And I've been doing this for like 11 years now. And it's just, I can't imagine not doing it. This was so difficult last year when I was very ill. And I out of 52 shows, I only did 15. And I forced myself to do those, I suppose. It was, and I'll be back next week, and then you don't hear from me for 6 months, So I can't tell you the energy I get coming down through this whole system of satellites and computers and earpieces and microphones. Here's my cute little microphone. But I can't imagine not doing this anymore. I would do it even more. I would change my name and have another show. I'll get a toupee. That's just what I need is a hairpiece, right? and if I could, I would do more. I really would. I just enjoy. I enjoy talking to people in general, but I certainly enjoy talking to enlightened people, such as the Ask One radio audience, because you're always so upbeat and positive. You energize me, and maybe, just maybe, you're part of the reason I survived this far. Think about that. Pat yourself on the back, right? Let's see. So let's go to the next caller. We'll talk to Connie in Toronto. Hi, Connie. You're on with Reverend Elliot. How are you doing tonight, Connie?
I'm all right. I just talked to you.
You did?
Yeah.
Well, who was I talking with? When was that?
I don't know. It was me.
Oh.
I don't know. Maybe you had the wrong.
Was that Arkansas? No. Am I confused here or what? Look at that. The mind is going, isn't it? What?
I don't know, but I just talked to you, but maybe it wasn't for me. Maybe that reading was for someone else. I don't know.
Well, what did I tell you? Let me remind me now.
You told me that it was going to be good, that I was looking at, my mindset is changing and that I was looking at a new career and
that was yeah. You probably heard me through the phone line. I was talking to a woman in Arkansas, Melissa.
Oh, okay.
So now, if that covers all the bases for you, you're fine, right? but no, that was the previous caller that you heard.
Oh, okay. Okay, I wasn't sure because I was talking to you and you were talking to me. I just thought it was me. I don't know.
Maybe you thought that I was talking to you and you answered, but I didn't hear you. I only heard the woman in Arkansas.
Oh,
how weird.
Okay. You said something about being overweight.
Yeah, that was me. My mind is fragile enough. Don't scare me like this. I just spoke to you and I don't even know you, right? No, it was it's a mechanical
we'll start
thing.
over then.
Right, because I don't recall talking to somebody in Ontario. Otherwise, I would have made I would have made my usual lame joke about how you're going to be the 51st state, right? So, no.
Oh, okay. Yes, I heard that the last time. Okay.
Okay. Boy, I'm just so predictable, right? Anyway, what can I look at for you now that I've actually got you on the phone? How's that?
I'm just looking more for like my health, pretty much. Yeah, because I've been really working on it. Because I have a homeopath and I have a naturopath. I have a homeopath and I have a nutritionist. And my homeopath is actually driving me crazy. I don't know if I should be with her anymore. And I like the nutritionist. I think she's trying to help me.
Well, I'm a believer. I had a doctor one time, a physician, who told me, and I was in my 40s maybe at the time, who said the problem is that human beings are not meant to live beyond the age of about 24. So I decided to get another doctor. I didn't want that. That's for sure. So if you're uncomfortable, look around. See someone else. Maybe ask around. Call the county medical society and talk to the people there at the phone or on the website. They're very helpful. A lot of people don't know about the county medical societies. They're very a good resource. But you're talking to somebody who's shoulder deep in doctors. I mean, I'm a medical, what's the word? I mean, I'm financing the lifestyle of several doctors at the moment. So, but they're keeping me alive. So unless they're lying to me, see, there's only one way I can find out, which is to stop seeing them and drop dead. And then I'll have the satisfaction of knowing I was wrong, right? So what do you got? What do you do, right? So now my first bit of advice always when somebody calls and asks me about health is if you have any concerns to see a medical practitioners, but you're doing that. And if you're not comfortable with somebody, please, but if you're not comfortable with somebody, ask around and see if there's somebody else you'd be more comfortable with. And even, how would that person react if you said, Doc, I'm not comfortable with you? Maybe something can be worked out, maybe there's some misunderstanding. That's a situation for you to judge, but there's no reason to, the world is crawling with medical practitioners. There's no real reason to stay with somebody who you neither trust nor like, in a sense. So that's my feeling. I'm certainly not giving you medical advice, but there you go.
Mm-hmm.
It's well, what's the word I'm looking for? It's very complex because you can find somebody with the exact same situation that you have, and it'll be different, even though it's the same setup. So it's very personal. It has to be for you, tailored for you, and that's 90% of it all. I got into a fight with a doctor in the hospital in November. No, I oddly enough, I grew up in an apartment building in New York with an osteopath in the building, and those are even more rare, I believe, at this point. But homeopathic, I used to make my own medications, but a lot of people thought that natural herbal medications is homeopathy, and it's not. It's a whole different ballgame. So
homeopaths are hard to come by. Like the one I had originally, she retired. and I inherited this one. And I mean, she's okay. She's just a bit snotty, so I don't really like it. Like.
Well, yeah, I
You
guess
know,
there's so few that it's hard to deal with, I suppose. But check around, as I said, check the county medical society and talk to people there.
yeah.
I know that's a thing here in the States, and I'm pretty sure that they have such a thing in Canada also, because you guys are probably way more civilized than we are. Let's put it bluntly, right? So let's see, right? So
Yeah.
let's see what I find here, though. Well,
For cards, you mean?
I'm seeing the card I have here is this is perfect. This is actually exactly what I would like to see. Is the Eight of Rods is the first one. That means there's some changes on the way in your situation. Things are going to change. Probably for the better, usually because of the next cards. The Tower struck by lightning is here, and that's about an upheaval, sudden change. Something is going to happen in your life that's going to make things change. Now, of course, it's on the way. That's the main thing. Now, because the main question is, will it be good or bad? And I'm telling you, it's going to be good, because the next card is the Sun. And this is the card I really like to see when somebody asks about health concerns. It's about healing. It's about health. It's about growth. It's all the positive stuff that you could want. So you're on a good track. As with the previous reading
good.
I had,
I think I am.
Yeah, this is you're just not. The Two of Swords shows me that you're just not feeling it. That it's now. That doesn't mean it's happening and you don't know it. I'm just saying that you're not feeling that you're being well taken care of, for instance, because that's about, like I said with the previous caller, and you may have heard it, the idea that a stalemate in a sense. Nothing is moving. There's no progress.
It's moving slowly. It's moving slowly, but it's because I have a lot of sensitivity, so I have to do things real slow. And that's just who I am. And, they want you to take this, take that, take this. And I'm like, okay, I can take this, but I have to wait to take that. Or if I take too much of this, then I go a step backwards, and then then I have to wait, because I have so many sensitivities that I'm getting there, but I just have to do it slow.
I hear you. That's I hear you. I do not like being pressured. I was saying I was in the hospital in November last year, and I got into an argument with a doctor, a surgeon, who he handed me something to eat that was wrong. I wasn't allowed to eat that. It would have given me big problems. And I refused, and he started to berate me. And that doesn't work on me.
Can't eat nothing raw.
Pardon?
Can't eat raw. Raw's not good for you. That's bad bacteria.
I can't. Yeah, I can't process raw meats, for instance, like steak tartare and sushi and things like that.
No.
But he gave me something wrong.
I don't eat none of that neither.
What he gave me was wrong. I didn't say raw. I meant raw.
Wrong.
No,
okay,
I meant
gotcha.
wrong, not raw.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he wouldn't let go, and I insulted him. Actually, I said to him, "I'm not going to be I'm not going to be ordered around by somebody who just went to a trade school." And he was furious, and they sent a team of doctors to talk to me about my bad behavior. And they said, well, and this is the key, said they came to agree with me. They said I was right. And they said, at least we've learned that you're not a passive patient. Now, there are too many of those, it turns out. I hear that you're not one either, right? You're not.
Well, it's too funny, because I was in the hospital and the doctor wanted me to eat something I didn't want to eat. And I got mad, the same as you. And I said, you know that I should not be eating this.
Yeah, that's what happened to me.
And then she said to me, well, yeah, okay, I guess so. After I insisted I'm not eating it. And then okay, well, that's fair enough. Like that. I'm like, how stupid. She comes in the room, and the first thing she says to me, well, you're diabetic, you're this, you're that. I said, I'm not any of that. I said, do you have the right chart?
Yeah.
So
great.
I was like, what is going on here? You know what I mean? So yeah, I did the exact same thing. and she didn't
Yeah,
like it. She didn't, you know.
that's crazy making. I mean, I everything that they had on that tray that they gave me was on a list of things that people with my condition are not allowed to eat. And
Well, that's
not
what they did
allowed
to
at
me.
all.
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing with you. So yeah, you got and you correct them, and it's like you have said to say, "Listen, Moses, you left off a commandment." No, forget it, man. So I'm glad you stood your ground. But the point is that the doctors agreed that we shouldn't be passive patients, and I wish more people got into that. And it doesn't mean to be abusive, although I came close to getting there. But it means to just, well, maybe I was abusive when I told a guy from like Harvard Medical School that he's not going to push me around just because he went to a trade school. I suppose that was a little cruel.
Well, I don't know if that's abusive or you're just being kind of honest. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, well,
really,
I'm with you.
she was really cocky with me because she was a surgeon. She
Yeah.
just, like she was better than me. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that specifically because one of the surgeons who spoke to me about this said, you know something, the way I look at it is we're just plumbers. Well, there you go, right? This was a guy who had his head on right. He knew he wasn't, and the world doesn't owe him anything because he learned how to stitch, So anyway, so I'm seeing healing in your future. That's the main thing.
Okay.
It's going slow. That's like
what
the
I'm
Four
looking
of
for.
Swords
I'm
is about a
trying to get
timeout.
there.
Yeah, and again, you see, I had this before. I have the Eight of Swords here too, which and the Two of Swords. I had that for a previous caller today, which is showing that you're feeling kind of stuck in where you are, and
yeah.
What I'm seeing is that that's not going to last. In fact, here I cut the deck, and I get a very happy card here: the Four of Rods. Happy home, happy family, happy life. You name it, all the good stuff. So you're looking out for yourself, and that's pretty good. So
yeah, I never used to. I am now.
That's more than half. Well, they beat it into us, don't they? They make us assertive, So there you go.
Well, it was always like the family, take care of the family, take care of everybody. And then I got sick in it because I didn't take care of myself. So now I'm like, you know what? If I don't cook today, well, sorry, cook your own.
Yeah, that's life, right? Look, it's been great talking to you, and I will light a white candle to send positive energy your way. How's that?
Oh, thank you very much.
Again, call anytime, and if you can email me if you want, I'm at asktarot@earthlink.net. That goes for everybody listening. Ask Tarot, ASKTAROT at earthlink.net. Show you how long I've been on the internet. I have an Earthlink address, and I will be happy to chat with you. And of course, I charge about $4,000 a minute for that, right? No charge. I just I like the audience here, and I do things. For instance, I offer a free mini tarot reading to Ask One Radio listeners. So send me an email and ask for the free mini tarot reading, and you'll all get it. So the best of luck to you. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
My pleasure. Bye-bye. Phyllis in Colgate, Maryland is next. Hi, Phyllis. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Yes, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm great.
Beautiful. What can I look at for you?
I have a daughter that's, we haven't been talking for years, and I invited her over for Easter dinner, and she came, and she celebrated my birthday with me, and I haven't heard from her since. I'm wondering what her problem is.
Oh, boy. Well, let's see if I can find anything here. We only have a few minutes left. This sounds like it's a biggie. Let's see what we can get here. Well, I'm getting cards here of conflict and strife and inner confusion and strength. I see she's a strong person, but there seems to be battles in her life going on. That's what I'm getting here. And again, this is the third time I've had this card today for some reason. It's a card of the Eight of Swords. It's a person, she feels tied up and restricted and bound by things. And it's just strange what I'm getting here, because it's a combination of a very strong, a very resourceful person, a person who is capable of self-sacrifice and doing for other people, and yet there's anxiety and fighting inside. Do you sense that with her?
I sense something with her. Something's not right with her.
Well, I would. I mean, I don't know who you could talk to about that, but aside from her, but she doesn't want to talk to you, which is kind of odd, and I'm not probably the really ideal person to talk to about this, because I fired my parents years and years and years ago. They were very dangerous to me, and I had to do that, not with any ill feeling, but just to save myself. Okay. I can leave you with this, though, is the Wheel of Fortune, which tells me that this is a situation that could change, because there's also the Ten of Swords here. And that means that the worst is over. That's that's telling me that there's hope that this could improve.
Okay.
You sound like you know that you're doing whatever you can. So don't beat yourself up over that.
I'm not, because I'm ready to say, if she doesn't want to talk to me and come around, then she can stay where she's at. You can only go so far.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's the way it has to be sometimes, and it's family can only take you so far, in a sense. But if you give it the old try and it doesn't work, it doesn't sound to me like you're blaming yourself, which is, you know what I mean? That's good. You're aware of the situation, and you know that there are certain limits beyond which you personally don't want to be pushed. And there's nothing wrong with boundaries, right? I mean, we always hear about people setting up boundaries for their children, but it's a two-way street, I mean, I've always told people that in my own belief is that being related is not a license to abuse people. And if you're feeling, everybody has a down period. Everybody has time when things aren't going well. But if you're feeling abused, then let's face it, you don't want to. You don't want to be involved much anymore in that sense, right? So I'm going to say, I have to run now because I'm right at the end of the show here. But I will light a white candle to send positive energy to this whole situation, and see if maybe that helps a bit. Okay.
No, thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks for calling, but I've got to run now.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye now. And that's it. We've come to the end of another session of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, and we'll do it again next week when we get back here, and maybe it'll be springtime in New York finally, and it's the old joke about opening up the window and listening to the birds coughing, but that's New York, right? So in any event, I will, if you want to know more about what I do, check me out at magic-works.com, magic-works.com. And there's loads of pages there with lots of fun. There's over 100 pages of things. There's movies there. There's free books there. There's all kinds of stuff. And if you want that free mini tarot reading, drop me a line at asktarot@earthlink.net, and I'll be happy to do that for you. And you go to mojoacademy.org. As I said, there is a book there that will change your life. And I really hope you understand that I'm implying for the better. I'm not gonna ruin your life. So I will be back again next Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific, to look through the magical window of the tarot with you kind, nice people. So bye-bye now.
welcome to Energy, Intuition and Transformation. I'm Sue Williams and I welcome you all to my show, and I would like to thank those who reached out to me after my previous show, which was my first online, and congratulating me, just saying that the topics I had were very interesting, but I really appreciate the support, and I hope to bring you more interesting topics as the days go by. So today I would like to speak about something that is really dear to my heart, which is animal communication and using my energy skills to help animals if they're unwell, if they just need some emotional support. It's something that I've really found a calling for in past years. And I do find it sad when people are brought up to think of animals just as perhaps objects. They are sentient beings. They have emotions, feelings, needs and wants, the same as we do. And if you can just use your intuition, I'm sure that so many of our viewers and listeners are really tuned in to their intuition. If we can use that to help our animal friends, then we create just lasting and really deep connection with our animals. I'm very fortunate to have horses. I live on a property where we can have our horses at home, and they are such sensitive and beautiful beings. Of course, we all have, on occasion during our lives, dogs, cats, other furry friends and birds, fish, all types of species, and they all have their own personalities and they fit into our families in certain ways. And I'd like just to speak about those connections and how they fit into our families. Even if you are just a single person and you have a pet, you've created a family. It's like having your own, well, they're not really children, they are companions, but they are still family members. And I've dealt so much over the past few years with animals, mainly horses, definitely, but dogs and cats. My son used to have ferrets, which were very interesting little animals. They definitely had their own personalities. But also birds. We have budgerigars, who are very common pets in Australia. So my kids had budgies. They had their goldfish. And they do become part of the family. Now, dealing with horses, because they're such large animals, some people have fear of them. But honestly, they are the most amazing animals to connect with. Equine therapy is a wonderful thing where people who have traumatic mental issues, they've had trauma in their lives that they find it very difficult to overcome, using the horses to just be that safe and calming being to be around is quite amazing, and it's becoming more and more popular with therapists to use the equine therapy so people can be with the animals, especially the horses. Also, dogs and cats are amazing for that as well. But I'm mainly dealing with the horses, as I said. They are huge animals, but they are also really sensitive. With the heart math, which a lot of you will have heard of, they have done studies where they have measured the heart's field from a horse, which can go quite a few meters outside their body. It's almost like their heart aura, and it contains the horse. And then when you come into that aura, the horse just naturally connects with you. And you bring your own heart aura, of course, with you as well. So if you are feeling stressed, if you're angry, if you are having particular issues with your emotions, because the horse is so sensitive, it will pick up on that. And you will notice as you come into that space that you will both share, that the horse's expression on their face will change. And for those of you who take notice, the expressions on a horse's face are quite remarkable. You'll see the twitch of the ears, the eyes, which may become more open. If they're feeling safe with you, they will soften. And it's also like they have eyebrows themselves, and they will go up and down. And just that, the look around their eyes, you can tell so much about how they're feeling without even connecting energetically. And they will turn their head to you. They will look at you. It's just a beautiful feeling to connect with a horse, this massive being, but they are so gentle when you are calm with them yourself. And they want to help. They are amazing with their therapies. But of course, I use energy work with them as well. If they have an injury, if they are perhaps just on the early stages of being unwell, it's wonderful to be able to connect with them and to give them assistance, early assistance, if it may be that they are coming down with some type of illness, or perhaps they have some tightness or pain in their body, their back, their neck, because their neck is so long, of course, their legs. Quite often they will knock their legs and they will be in pain. And they are very stoic beings as well. They may not show it. They may not tell you that they're physically, that there is something wrong. So to use that energy and that connection is a great way for you to help them. And then in return, they will show you love. They will show you kindness. So that's their way of saying to you, thank you so much for helping me in this way. And of course, it's the same with your cats and dogs, other household pets who are part of the family, as I said. Dogs particularly will pick up on your emotions. And we've heard tales about dogs, particularly because they are very common in households, being protective of their owners, using their own animal intuition. I just read the other day about a dog and his police officer owner. On one particular day when they were going out to work together, he was a service dog. The dog just wouldn't go out the front door. And this was really unusual. He was really keen to get going, get out there and do the work that he loved to do. This particular day, the dog just wouldn't go out. And the police officer thought this was very strange. He did call his colleagues to see what was going on. And apparently there, where this police officer should have been going that day, there were a number of very bad incidents where that officer could have potentially been badly injured or killed. This dog used its intuition to say, no, not today. Something is going to happen. I know something is going to happen and I'm not going. So you need to find out what's happening and I'm going to protect you by stopping you from just going straight to that scene where something bad could have happened. So intuition that we have, intuition that the animals have, we need to rely on it. We need to learn to rely on it, to know that it is a thing. And it's amazing as we do more concentrating on it, more allowing that to come into our lives, the more it develops. It's actually like a muscle, going to the gym and building up our physical muscles. If we use our intuition, start to rely on it more, then that builds as well. And if you don't use it, you lose it, is a good saying. And it's the same with our intuition. And if you're interested in doing a little bit of this animal communication yourself, it's quite easy. And all you need to do to start to learn this is to be with your animal in a nice quiet place. Just settle down with the two of you where you won't be interrupted. Out in the field if you're fortunate enough to be around horses, or of course somewhere comfortable inside or out with your dog or your cat or any other pet, of course. Just sit there, gently close your eyes, be fairly near your animal if you can be. As you relax, reach out, connect heart to heart with that animal using your brilliant imagination. Actually see if you can visualize that reaching out so the hearts are connected. Then allow your minds to be connected as well. Just sit in that peaceful situation and allow whatever will happen to happen. And more than likely, you'll start to receive thoughts and messages from that animal. Allow them just to come into your mind. Don't question them. Don't doubt them. If you are receiving messages, then they are a true thing. It's actually happening, that that animal is connecting with you. And of course, in response, you can reach out and through your imagination, through your mind, send out a lovely message to that animal. Say, I love you, I honour you and having you in my life.